Good morning, everybody, and welcome to this meeting of the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee. Good to see everybody here. We may have a slight delay for Councillor Houlihan, and nice that the room's nice and warm today. Thank you to whoever organised that. There is no public forum that has been requested this morning, and we have one apology from Councillor Laufiso. I'd like to move from the chair, seconded Councillor Lucas, that we accept the apology from Councillor Laufiso. All those in favour say aye. Those against? Abstentions? Thank you. I declare that motion carried. Confirmation of the agenda. The agenda, I believe, is pretty much all okay. There is one detail in it that I'd like to draw your attention to, and that is on the supplementary part of the agenda, financial results for the quarter. That's the back page, page 12 of 12. Where there's a graph, DCHL Group shareholders' funds to total assets. There was supposed to be a statement of intent target on that graph. It's been confirmed that that target was 23%, and if you look at the green line, it actually tracks pretty close to that target, 23%. So that's just one slight omission that I'd just like to draw your attention to, but I don't think any need to do anything other than for us to confirm the agenda without addition or alteration. All seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arose between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. Are there any changes in the interest register at this point? There are none. Okay. Then I move from the chair, seconded Councillor Lucas, that the committee confirms the proposed, notes the elected members' interest register. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Right, getting on to minutes. I note that, I move regarding minutes that the committee confirms the minutes of the Finance and Controlled Council Organisations Committee meeting held on the 15th of August 2023 as a correct record. Seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Any comment on those minutes? Okay, I declared the motion carried. On to Part A reports. I move that the committee notes the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee Forward Work Programme for May 2024. Seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Oh, pardon me, discussion, yes. Do we have any discussion on the Forward Work Programme? All questions? Seems to be no questions. Anyone got any comment? Anyone looked at the Forward Work Programme and found a wrinkle anywhere? Everyone happy with that? Okay, then I declare that the, all those in favour of noting the programme, say aye. Against? No. Right, I declare the motion carried. Financial report, period ending 31st March 2024. I know this is mostly 9 months. I move again from the chair that the council notes the financial performance of the period ended 31st March 2024 and the financial position as at that date.
You might want to do questions first.
Pardon me. Right. On the issue of financial report, do we have any questions? And thank you, Carolyn Allen, our Chief Financial Officer, for being here to answer questions. Excuse me for getting ahead of myself. Questions on the report. It's got quite a bit in it. There's a lot of numbers there. Some graphs as well, which I really like. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, mostly based around page 28. We've got a personnel cost increase year on year of roughly 8% by my Excel spreadsheet maths, plus it's roughly $1 million over budget. Can you clarify that or talk to that, please?
Yes, thank you, Councillor. The personnel costs are $1 million unfavourable for the year to date compared to budget. And so that is primarily to do with the negotiated pay increase that we are currently absorbing because it was unbudgeted and managing that via vacancy management. Compared to the last year to date, councillors may recall that in the budget setting process for this financial year, there was an increase of 40 FTE. Around half of those were for Te Puna. So the comparative, there are two reasons for the increase compared to last year. One is that negotiated pay increase and the other is the increase in FTE.
Thank you. Also, on the same page, in fact, like 3 or 4 lines below it, 1.7 million over on consumables in general. That's a lot of paper clips. Can you clarify for me what's involved there, please?
Yes, Councillor, the main reason for that is consumables and mostly in the waste area. So we have 2 consenting processes impacting on that. One is to do with Green Island and the consent for Green Island. So we hadn't anticipated that the timing of that would be occurring in this financial year, so it wasn't budgeted to the extent that we've needed it. The other part relates to Smooth Hill, and the consent requirements for that were known after the budget was set.
Thank you. And just the last question, this time jumping to page 38, the organics facility, while we're sort of on the topic. 3.2 over or ahead or above, or however we wish to word it. Can you just speak a little bit to that, please?
That is twofold as well. The construction costs have escalated since that budget was set in the current 10-year plan, so that was set around 2020. The other part to that is the plant was going to be owned by the contractor, and whereas now that's going to be owned by the DCC, so there's 2 parts to that increase, but mostly it's the construction cost impacting.
Lovely, thank you. And the only other point, which is one I think I've sent to you in an email, is just, is it possible to be a little bit clearer in terms of, sometimes there's some contradictory commentary coming through in terms of specifically the visitor centre. At one point it's saying it's favourable, and I realise it's referring to different aspects, but a few lines down it's saying it's unfavourable. So is there a way of summarising or not being quite so confusing?
Yes, thank you for that feedback, and we'll definitely look to address that.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. On page 32,
It's the galleries, libraries and museums, and I asked last time about why the acquisitions were all rates funded and the DPEG Society had or hadn't funded them. And I thought those figures were going to be moved around. So there was the donation fund, etc., because the rates funded was over $15,000 over budget. And I thought that was just like a accounting thing, and I just wondered if that was going to be fixed up. Okay, since then. Okay, cool. Thank you. Excellent. Thank you. And then my next question is just around, on page 34, under property, we were talking about the Town Hall Municipal Chamber exterior and lift. And I was just wondering about all of the scaffolding and the hoardings. And is there an OPEX or a CAPEX, and where would the cost of that sit?
I'm being told, Councillor, it's CAPEX.
So is that this $300,000 there? Because is that all the scaffolding and hoarding, or is it part of the investigations?
It'll be investigations and other work associated with the Town Hall project.
Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Chair, it's just a 9 months reporting on page 28, and I'm just trying to find out where the Three Waters unbalanced component is sitting. Is it sitting in depreciation or operations and maintenance? So the more or less 35 million unbalanced budget.
Could I just clarify your question?
So we know we're operating on an unbalanced budget. It's effectively Three Waters operationals, which is causing it, and then we presumably have a plan to eventually fold that in. I'm just looking for: is it funded depreciation? Is that where it's sitting, or is it operations and maintenance?
In the budget, we have unfunded depreciation. In the actual results, we do have some unfavourable operations and maintenance as well. Yep.
It's mostly, normally we should be funding in depreciation. It's unfunded depreciation, that's where it's sitting.
Correct.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I've got several questions. Firstly, on capital on page 33 and information services, which is significantly underspent. Is that a timing issue, and will that catch up by 30 June?
I'll take that one, Councillor. No, we're estimating an underspend by year end just because of the phasing of some of the projects and our ability to get through some of them.
So then they'll be undertaken next financial year?
The BIS team will be looking at their programme for next year and what they can achieve. So yes, they'll be considering that and what the priority is.
Thank you. And on page 35, Parks and Recreation, if I look at recreation facilities improvements, which is 856,000 spent to date on a budget of 250, I'm just wondering in particular what that relates to, and is that all the spending for the year, and will there be savings in other projects to try and bring their budget back into balance?
In terms of the detailed line, I think Heath can answer that one. In terms of the overall capital budget, I can talk to that. So I think it's 107% of the capital budget overall to 31 March. That's come down to 103% in April, and we're expecting to be under budget by year end. We're forecasting 205 million against a budget of 212.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, we will be working to offset that against the overspend against other areas of capital within parks.
is that one particular project that's causing that large overspend, or is it, I'm just wondering what in particular it relates to?
Yeah, sorry, I'll have to come back about which project it was that pushed that one straight over.
And if I move on to page 36, looking at Dunedin urban cycleways, once again, this is another one that's $1 million over budget, at 4.4 million. Is that, I'm just not sure what that's for, and is that completed? I'm not sure what cycleways we've done in this financial year.
I'm sorry, we've got the GM and the group manager are both unwell today and not here, so I will have to get someone to provide an update on that.
And apologies, I should have emailed these questions through. I was only reading this last night. But if I move on to the commentary on page 41, where we're talking about property revenue was unfavourable, 324,000, due partly to lease incentives for tenants at Wall Street. I'm just intrigued that that's such a significant number when many of the shops are actually untenanted.
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer that. I mean, and the property team obviously negotiate deals all the time on our leased properties. I've asked them to look at that, and hopefully by next month we'll have a little bit more of an understanding of that. I think Anna wants to say something as well, but...
Good morning, Councillor. From time to time when we're renegotiating deals, we do give a rent holiday as part of an incentive. It's not necessarily that the property was vacant and a new tenant, but it could be renegotiating an extension of their lease. So we've had a few of those happen over the last 12 months that have ended in really favourable terms for us, but do include a rent holiday. So,
Totally understand that, thank you. And my last question relates to page 43 when we talk about South Dunedin future costs. And it says we're fully funded by better off funding revenue. I wasn't aware that better off funding was used for South Dunedin future costs, and maybe that's something that we maybe want to get a report on at some stage.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. We're currently drafting a report to come to Council for late June on the better off funding and what the funding is being spent on.
Thank you for some excellent questions. I have a couple of my own. On page 34, there's an amount of $187,000 spent on asbestos removal. Can someone let us know where? I know that we have a few asbestos issues in our property portfolio. Just wondering where that 187,000 was spent. Perhaps Ms. Nilsson might be able to help us, or Mr. Aldridge.
To me, Councillor, that looks like it's underspent budget.
Yeah, sorry, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
My question was, why do we have no actual spend when it was budgeted? Sorry, so the question should have been, what was budgeted and why is it now not being spent? Pardon me.
I can speak to that, Councillor. What often happens with our asbestos remediation is we wrap those costs into the overarching project that the asbestos is part of. So we have a budget that sits there for asbestos remediation, and as it's needed for the relevant project where we find asbestos, it gets pulled across.
Great, thank you. And also on the same page, page 34, I note happily that we're able to not spend $5 million on the hydroslide at Moana Pool, but also note that we're going to spend about $2 million less on Moana Pool itself. My understanding was that we needed to spend a significant amount at Moana Pool, and I'm wondering why it is. Is it a timing issue that we're not spending this $2 million?
Yes, Councillor, it's a timing issue, and we're working on making sure we get everything done in the right order. So that we are ready to go as soon as possible. So it is a timing issue, essentially.
But you anticipate that spending will have to happen soon anyway?
Yes, I mean, we know what's in the budget. We're working towards what we need to do to remediate and get the maintenance work done. So we're still working through the detail and the order with which it would go.
Are there any anticipated issues with the operation of Moana Pool in the short term?
It's too early to say. Yeah, I mean, we'll try and minimise it as much as possible, but it's too early to say.
Okay, Mr. West, thank you very much for that. Mayor Raddick has a question.
Yes, I'm just curious about the roading and footpaths budget. It's fairly significantly overspent in 3 areas. Certainly in the capital areas of Central City Upgrade, the Dunedin Urban Cycleways, and the low-cost, low-risk improvements, which adds up to quite a significant amount of extra new capital. Could we have some explanation about that, please? And then further down, we have the significant overspend on pavement renewals.
I'm happy to speak to the Central City Upgrade, Mr. Mayor, which, as previously reported, the George Street project was brought forward by 6 months, and that's a reflection of what you're seeing there. The spend was brought forward, so the project was completed, due to originally to be completed in November, but we brought it forward to be finished in May. But I can't speak to the other transport.
Just while you're on that subject, so does that mean that we should have an underspend in the coming 6 months?
I don't know how the transport budget's set for next year, sorry.
Perhaps Mr. Ward? Oh, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the overall, where council's going to end at the end of this financial year, we will be under budget. So we have worked to have offsets to this, particularly the Central City coming forward. In terms of your other questions with cycleways, low cost, low risk, and pavements, we'll find out those answers and come back to you.
Right, well that's questions. No, we have an extra question now from Councillor Weatherall.
Just a late one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Parking meter renewals, I see it's down from 240,000 to 2,000. Do I take it from that the intention is to phase parking meters out?
Good morning, Councillor. Parking meter renewals are down essentially because we replaced all our on-street parking meters and they're functioning really well. So we haven't had any of the expenditure to maintain them.
There's a pleasing answer. Councillor Wiley, you had a question.
Thank you. I just looking again back at Parks and Recreation and the 713,000 year-to-date variance. Does that have anything to do with the 736,000 that was spent on the Mosgiel pump track? And if not, where would the pump track expenditure show?
Thank you, Councillor. So is that the capital or the operational? So the overspends that we've had for the capital has been FIFA related from the lighting upgrades in fields, not the pump track stuff.
So where would the pump track fit? Because I would anticipate 736,000 for a pump track was a little bit over what we would have anticipated it to be.
It would sit under the new capital budget as well.
And that's it, Councillor Wiley? Yep. Councillor O'Malley, you had another question.
It's just a Three Waters question on Mosgiel and stormwater networks, because I can see there's not much spend in there. So that's page 36 of 55. We had, in response to the flooding in Carlisle Road and I think 2017, the Readout pump station was tagged for being upgraded, and I know that then there was an analysis and saying that that might have been more than was needed, but there hasn't been much spent in this financial year. So where are we with that work in terms of pumping and flood mitigation for Mosgiel?
Thank you, Councillor. So we're quite close now to having the output from our integrated system planning work, which is regional wide, but is able to focus on areas such as Mosgiel to make sure that the solutions emerging are enduring. What we found is previously those short-term interventions might not have been the most effective or the most productive. So we're still cautiously waiting the output from our system planning work, and then we can then confirm what the actual solutions are. So meanwhile, we'll look to make sure that the systems run as well as they can. But for now, we're pausing on that as we reassess the whole work programme.
Rough idea when that might come through?
Certainly this calendar year.
That's questions done with. Do we have any comment, any discussion? There's some very big numbers in here. Things seem to be tracking to budget in a lot of areas, but those budgets are, in my view at least, pretty eye-watering. Anyone got any comment? No. In that case, I will move that the committee notes the financial performance for the period ending 31st March 2024 and the financial position as that date. Seconded, Councillor Lucas. All those in favour, say aye. Against? No abstentions. I declare the motion carried. We have item 8, the Waipori Fund quarter ending 31st of March 2024. I'd like to welcome Richard Davey, our Waipori specialist, the man that has very largely been responsible for some very good returns from this fund over quite a period of time now. So my personal thanks for that. The Waipori Fund quarter, the report is in front of you. Do we have any questions on it? Councillor Barker.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Just want to ask a question about the Waipori Fund SIPO, and it says that it was last updated in June 2019. I just wonder, what is the process for reviewing and updating the plan? I'm assuming, I don't know if there's a workshop or however it works, and does it come back to council for final sign-off?
Thank you, Councillor. We're building that review into our 9-year plan, work plan. Most definitely it will come back to council for final sign-off, and if we need to consult on any changes to it, it can then be part of the 9-year plan consultation.
So would it be usual to go to the public to consult on the SIPO or not?
I don't believe so, but it depends what we change in it.
We have a question from Councillor Gowrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Davey, thank you for the report. I'm always interested to hear further comments that you might have, and in this regard on page 51 about the performance of international equities and New Zealand equities and the comments that you've made there, which are quite brief, but I'm interested if you have anything else to say about that.
As far as the returns over the quarter were very strong for international equities and New Zealand equities, and there is a bit of a difference compared to benchmark. The main reason being is that the fund doesn't hold all the assets which are in the underlying benchmark. But the gains were largely attributable to expectations of interest rate cuts, not now, but in the future, toward the end of the calendar year and next year, internationally and in New Zealand.
And the other question I had for you, and one I always ask, is do you have any comment to make about current geopolitical situation and the impact on the markets?
Those things will always be there, and always are, unfortunately. And really, probably the main thing in terms of markets is the pricing of assets, and interest rates is probably the largest component which affects the value of those assets. And those geopolitical things just create more volatility.
Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I just wonder whether you might like to comment about the capital growth of the funds, which you referred to on page 53, under number 2, where it's currently at, let's call it 101 million, but realistically, if we were maintaining the capital base, it should be at 106 million. So ideally, council should be putting more back into the fund to maintain its capital base.
Yeah, the value of the fund, that value under number 2, is the current value of the fund less the accumulated distribution to date. And so the value of the fund is currently about 103 million versus the inflation adjusted capital base of 106. So the issue is not really the returns of the fund, but it's the problem is inflation. And inflation peaked at 7.3%. The last quarterly number was 0.6%. To the March quarter, and if you multiply that by 4, you'll get 2.4%, which is probably a more accurate reflection of where current inflation is, and it's heading down over time. And I suppose over the long term, you would expect the value of the fund to maintain that inflation-adjusted capital base over time, given that the Reserve Bank, it's law that they've got to keep inflation between 1% and 3% over time, so you would expect that to correct over time. But not right here, right now, unfortunately.
Councillor O'Malley.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on the same page, with the valuation of a little over 100 million, did we get market value for Waipori Dam when we sold it? Do you know? And also, I know that the number down there in 1999 is 56 million, and I believe we got near it as 70 when we sold it. So did the council dip into the fund quite heavily when it first got formed?
I don't know the answer to that one, sorry.
The reason I'm really asking is that I doubt...
Microphone. Sorry. Yep, microphone.
Oh, I think I got cut off. Anyway, I doubt you'd be able to buy Waipori Dam for $100 million. So we are comparing the value against the CPI, but what about the value asset increase of the actual product that was that actually formed the fund? In other words, are we actually achieving the same rate of growth with the fund as we would have if we still owned the dam, even though we weren't allowed to keep it? That was a central government decision.
My thoughts would be, and I don't know the answer to the first part of the question, I suppose you'd be comparing the rate of return of different asset classes, which would be difficult to do in reality.
My question really is, has it maintained its value relative to what it would have been? I know you would have got a different return on a different asset class, but can we find out? Is there any way for us to actually get an assessment of what Waipori Dam is and what our fund, how this fund has moved relative to the asset value over the years?
I don't know how we would do that and get the actual valuation of the asset now, but could find out further.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. To follow up on that point, if there is going to be some work in that space, what I sort of look at is that councillors have actually changed the profile of the Waipori Fund over the years, and essentially with the change in the decision to ethical funding in 2015, when council sold 4 oil and gas shares and the Sky City shares. Looking at the ODT in March 2016, April 2016, sorry, it talked about a loss of 380,000 from those shares. Have you ever done a desktop exercise? I know there was in the early days of through 2016 on how that tracked.
Yeah, there was comparison made in the early days, but not since then, no.
Councillor Ackland, you had a question.
Yeah, I was just wanting to continue on from what Councillor O'Malley was asking. If we were to compare the now value of the Waipori Fund versus the Waipori and what the asset would have been is worth now if we were to still hold on to it, wouldn't there have to be a whole lot of other comparison in terms of expenses that it would have required to get to that particular valuation or level of value?
Yes, I would think so.
And Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also, in respect of the questions that have been raised about Waipori, it was evident during the recent discussions and submissions about Aurora that there was a considerable lack of information and clarity about what actually happened back then. And I think it would be useful if somewhere there could be a report to us that makes it quite clear that we didn't voluntarily divest the dam. It was a forced sale by government as part of the, quote, electricity reform separation of generation and distribution. And that's clearly been forgotten in the community, and I'm not sure everyone around the table is aware of exactly what happened then. So could we just have some facts about that in due course, should this issue be revisited, please?
Councillor Walker, you had a question.
I did, thank you. And Councillor Wiley reminds us why we did divest out of Sky City shares. Not only have they performed dreadfully, they've performed dreadfully ethically. My question is around the SIPO and the review. Is that an opportunity for us, I guess, to look at risk appetite for Waipori? And I ask that question obviously in the context of the fact that it's pretty conservative at the moment, with half of it pretty much being in fixed interest property, etc.
Through the chair, yes, it would be.
Again, going back to, I think it was Councillor Barker's question, will be involved in those discussions.
Correct.
Regarding Councillor Benson-Pope's question about what exactly happened with the sale of Waipori and the supposed forced sale, my memory of it, and I was a bit involved, was that certainly government was mandating sale of such assets at the time, but that we apparently rushed in a bit. Some other councils were in a similar position and didn't sell their assets and didn't have to in the end. So there is a great deal of murkiness over whether or not there was an absolute compunction for the forced sale. There is also quite a bit of murkiness over what happened to Waipori when it was sold, and who sold it very quickly after it was sold by the DCC at a very significantly increased price. So there were certainly some very unfortunate decisions for the ratepayers involved in the sale of Waipori back in the day, quite a long time ago. And there is the suggestion that we may have similar issues if we are to consider any other asset sales that we have. My view on this is that we've come a long way.
Mr. Chair, we're in
since
debate.
then.
Have we gone into debate?
Yes, we have, because there are no further questions. My view on this is that we have a...
Has anybody moved it? Has anybody moved the item?
No, I don't believe that has been moved.
I'm wondering, how can we be in debate?
Sorry, I'll have to clarify this. Did we move it or not?
Just move the motion to keep talking.
Right. pardon me. So I would like to move from the chair that the committee notes the report for Dunedin City Treasury Limited on the Waipori Fund for the quarter ending 31st March 2024, and that we note the Waipori Fund Statement of Investment Policy and Objectives, the SIPO, which will be reviewed as part of the 9-year plan 2025-34 process, seconded by Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Right. Okay, right. Thank you for correcting my process blunders. I appreciate it. Yes, so regarding the sale of Waipori, there was, in my understanding, quite an unfortunate series of events regarding the sale of it. It may well be that true value of it was not realised in dollar terms for the ratepayer at the time, and that I believe that there's been considerable learnings since then to make sure that we don't actually have a repeat of that kind of situation again. In terms of the return that we're getting from Waipori, I have a personal concern that we have for 2 years now taken a distribution from the fund that reduces the inflation adjusted value of the fund, and that I think we need to keep strongly in mind that maintaining the indexed value of the fund is something that we really should do. My understanding is that taking 3.3 million from it a couple of years now is probably going to need to be done again next year. But just bearing in mind that one of the reasons that we have the graph on page 53, the blue line, being a chunk below the ideal indexed value, is largely because we are taking distributions at a time in excess of what the fund's able to maintain. So yes, in terms of all those happy with this particular report. Sorry, did you have a question, Councillor Reddick? Oh, anyone else wanting to have any discussion or comment? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting at the end of your opening commentary that you mentioned that we were having a hard time taking the money from the fund and also maintaining its value against inflation. And I guess it's just a warning that funds are funds and they are variable just like any other asset set, and they are not necessarily magic, and you may have trouble maintaining your fund and drawing from it at the same time. I agree with the Chair. I think it's very murky as to what we actually got for the sale of Waipori and whether or not there is a relationship to the asset value at the time. And there's some missing information as to whether the council drew, as it seemed to be its favourite thing to do in the 90s, too much out of the fund instead of allowing it to maintain with inflation. So that 1999 figure may in fact be lower. I do want to acknowledge Mr Davies and the work that the fund is working with now. I think it's operating very well in the environment. But a fund is a fund, and it can only go up more or less with inflation and not necessarily assets. Assets can often move quite differently. And I think we do need to have an assessment of this, given the environment that we're in when we're looking at Aurora. Thank you.
Mayor Raddick.
Yes, I think I agree with Councillor O'Malley and also with Chair Vandervis that we need to have a look at this situation. And I'll just make a couple of points. Obviously, we need to maintain the value of the fund. So at this stage of the piece, we're faced with a very difficult choice whether to draw from the fund or leave the profit that the fund has made in the fund so that it can maintain its value. If we look at the blue line on page 53, it has generally tracked above both the OCR and the CPI added together. So it has performed very well. It's been very well managed. So that's good. And so council has not pillaged it as a generalisation across time, has left it to continue to track up, and I think we also should allow it to track upwards. And I'll just make one last point with the 2099 with the sale of Waipori. The expression that I heard around about that time and sometime since is that we sold it for half its value, and that true value was achieved quite shortly afterwards with a resale, which is a shame. However, if we had got the full value by conducting an open market process for Waipori at the time, instead of receiving approximately 50 million, we could have received approximately 100 million. And what that would mean with the fund tracking as it is fund, we would now have a fund worth 200 million, which compared to the figures that Councillor O'Malley came up with the other day, obviously back of the envelope figures, just as this calculation is, would be on track the same as the current value of Waipori. But I, like Councillor O'Malley, would be interested to have more accurate figures than that. But I think it's a relevant comparison, and an indication of the issue that was faced by council at the time, and the sale received less than adequate compensation, to be blunt. However, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Raddick. Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just going back to Councillor O'Malley's comments about a fund as a fund. Well, a fund is a fund, but we also have the ability to decide what that fund looks like. And we can all look starry-eyed at funds around the world that make 8, 9, 10, 11%, but that comes with something called risk. And that risk is embedded in the fact that equities usually give that return. Equities love one thing above all, and that is certainty. And we live in a world of tremendous uncertainty, and that uncertainty ranges from geopolitical situations that are totally out of our control. They always have been, where it's the oil shocks of the 70s, or what we're living now with Ukraine and potential further conflagration in the Middle East. And they also like the certainty of, they like high unemployment and they like low interest rates. And all of us can think we know where we're going with those things, but we don't, including fund managers, actually, who are paid lots of money to do this. They're usually using good data to make best guesstimates. In fact, the chair of this committee, he argued against me. He was certain that interest rates were going to go up the last time we met, and on my best analysis, they looked like they didn't, and ultimately they didn't. And we're already told that they're going to come down towards the end of the year, but that may change, and that may change related to a number of things, particularly the geopolitical situation. And whether we like it or not, this fund is heavily invested in equities in one of the weakest parts of the world for equity investment. And New Zealand shares particularly are notorious. They have one advantage: they generally pay good dividends, and there's a reason for that. It's a very small market, and it's really susceptible to geopolitical situations. And I've always argued, and hence I'm happy that we do have a review of the SIPO, because I think we are overburdened here with Aussie and New Zealand equities. But that decision will be down to us when the SIPO is reviewed. And again, just I guess echoing what Councillor O'Malley said, it can look great on paper, particularly when your fund manager gives you a glossy brochure, often not on recycled paper, that talks about the great years of, if you'd invested this, then this would be worth that then. But it's an uncertain game. And it's certainly not a guaranteed game. And I won't get into other decisions we have to make around this council table related to what we may have to retain or sell in the future. But just be aware that investing, putting all your money into the pot of equities isn't a guaranteed goose that will lay the golden egg. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And following on from Councillor Walker, I just want to start by thanking Mr. Davies for his expertise and overview, because that is very important in this particular area. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, and as Councillor Walker said, it's very easy to say, well, if we'd invested then and in this way, this would have happened. What we're working on is best data, best information. And we need to remember the long-term nature of the fund and the volatility. And it's certainly worth reflecting and reviewing the conservative nature of the fund and thinking about whether that's right for now, because circumstances change. But I also just want to make a final comment around ethical investing, because it was raised by Councillor Wiley. It's very much the norm in my experience around funds. Fund managers will tell you that's an expectation of many people who are investing. And so we should be glad that that decision was made back in 2016 by Council of the time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gary. I'd like to echo the thanks to Mr. Richard Davey for all his many years of maintaining the fund and giving us significant distributions from it. These distributions have been very, very helpful for balancing our books, and I'm hoping that we will in the future be able to have much more in the way of distributions from our companies that we can help to pay for so many things that are called on for the DCC to provide. That's the end of debate. No one else got anything more to say? I'd like to put the motion. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that motion carried. That's number 8 out of the way. Now time for the supplementary agenda for Dunedin City Holdings Limited. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ian Lone to the table. Tim Lone, pardon me. And Mr. Hocking, thank you very much for coming today and sitting through the meeting so far to give us your overview on the supplementary agenda, which gives us a good picture of where we're sitting with the companies. And do you have any opening statements you'd like to make regarding the supplementary agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this stage, we're very comfortable with the performance relative to plan for the year. You'll note that there has been a very big increase from Aurora Energy this year, and that's helping. We have a couple of entities that are behind plan. I've talked about this at previous meetings, being Delta and Dunedin Railways. But overall, the portfolio is performing extremely well. We anticipate that it will be at plan by the end of the year. Thank you.
And questions of Mr. Lone and Mr. Hocking? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. On page 11, Dunedin Railways, the capital expenditure to date is 0.047 million. I'm surprised it's so little, or is the work that they're doing classed as maintenance rather than capital, the track upgrading? I'm thinking of north of Hindon or up.
Yes, I take your point, Councillor. I would need to investigate the 47,000. Is it 47,000? I think it is 47,000 of expenditure, which does seem quite light, to your point. I can only guess, as you have done, that most of that work is being regarded as maintenance and is being written off. and as we can see from the financial results, it has incurred quite a large loss for the year. But good question, and I will investigate that further. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I can just go back to page 7, I've got 2 questions in there. One is in reference to Delta, where it says FSA2 Aurora commences the 1st of April, which will provide an improvement on trading position. I just thought possibly you could explain exactly what that is. Is that the contract that Delta has with Aurora? Have they got a new contract that started the 1st of April?
Correct. So Aurora put to market the contracts. I think it's over a 3-year period. Peter, is that correct? Yeah, so a 3-year period. So they went out to market, and that's so FSA2 is referring to the new contract period. Correct.
Thank you. And my last question is in relation to Dunedin venues, and it talks about 6 community events delivered at the stadium and the Dunedin Centre. Is that in relation to the community event fund that DVML effectively administers on behalf of DCC? Is that what that refers to?
I believe that is correct, yes.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Still on page 7, I was just looking at the Dunedin Airport with the passenger volumes down 7.6% and the seat capacity below budget. Is that just the impact from the network capacity issues with Air New Zealand, or are there other things that we should know about, i.e. Dunedin's attraction as a destination that's impacting those figures?
My understanding, it is not the latter. So I understand that it is capacity that is driving that. Peter, do you have anything further?
Exactly right. I don't believe there are any other significant issues.
Thank you. My next question is just on the Dunedin Railways, on the Matariki space train preparation, and I wonder if you have any more information on that.
I don't, I'm afraid. It does sound very exciting.
Councillor Gilbert, you had a question.
Thank you. Mine, morning, gentlemen. Mine is on page 8, sticking with Aurora. I'm curious about the TRIFR, more specifically the first of the R's. Obviously, it's a physical job, therefore there are going to be incidences, but it's the recordable nature of them. I'm wondering whether there is anything that we should be concerned behind a target being reached that probably shouldn't be reached, or even exceeded. Is there anything specifically behind the TRIFR?
Yeah, good question, and we are making sure that we are keeping each of our boards accountable on that point. And specifically in relation to Aurora, we are not aware of anything systemic. It's just, and it is quite a low target's not the right word to use in this situation, but there is nothing that is causing Aurora Board or ourselves particular concern from a systemic point of view in relation to that.
Thank you. Just sticking with it, you may not be able to answer this level of detail, but is the recordable nature of it, if you cut yourself and need a Band-Aid, or at what level in this particular instance, at what level is it needed to be recorded? For example, to near misses, as they do in some industries, to near misses account.
I may need to defer to Peter on that one.
I may need to defer to someone else on that. Yeah. Okay. Look, I mean, I think the message back from Aurora is that this is sort of business as usual, continuous improvement. You do get some normal variation. That this is relatively low-level injuries that are contributing to this. Just, I mean, it's in line with the target, but they want to be under, and they're very, very much committed to that process of continuous improvement and having that program of investigations, and also making sure that contractors that the results of those investigations are shared across different contractors as well. So my understanding is they've got it well under control and continuing to drive it down.
We'll get an answer on that though as to what constitutes recordable. Thank you.
And Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you guys for this update. My question's around Dial on page 7, and I think I know the answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Can you enlighten me to what's involved around the aeronautical pricing consultation discussions, is that, and what cycle's that on? Is it suggesting it's a 3-year cycle, 3-year period? So what does that involve?
Correct. So that's for the 3-year period starting July 2024. I understand that relates to landing charges, so primarily Air New Zealand, and so they're working through their models with Air New Zealand at the moment and recalculating landing charges, which will apply for that coming 3-year period.
Thank you, and that segues into my next question. You'll probably remember I asked you some questions about private jets, which you kindly answered, which was really helpful. Do these charges also? There's a charge setting regime for private jets at the airport?
So I think my understanding, Councillor, is that it's done on an airline by airline basis. Obviously, they'll use similar models. So what they will use for private jets, I don't imagine will be any more attractive than what they use for Air New Zealand. They'll use similar models, but taking into account the frequency, etc.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Just to go back to Dunedin Airport and the details on that on page 7 of the 12, relating to the seat capacity and the load factors. I would anticipate our load factors are probably the highest in the country, because any time you're above probably 70%, the airline is quite comfortable, to say the least. But also, I'm noting it also contributing to higher airfares in and out of Dunedin. Is that the evidence you're getting from the team at the airport?
My understanding from the team is it's the number of aircraft coming in that's causing the issue.
I note that, and I understand the Air New Zealand issue with their jets, but noting how much it's now costing to fly between here and Christchurch, for example, and when you have a load factor of 83%, that's quite. A lot of airlines would love that, and a lot of airports would love that. I know Queenstown probably isn't quite close to that, except at very peak season. So, I guess that's the key I'm looking at. Is it affecting with the price of the airfares as well of our numbers, hence the word 7% down on budget?
So look, I'll be happy to take a question back to Dial on that. I guess your question relates to is the pricing that's coming through being driven by Air New Zealand, and is that impacting the ticket price to our ratepayers? So I'm happy to take that question back to Dial and get an answer on that.
Yeah, just perhaps adding to that. I mean, I guess what we're seeing is high passenger numbers in spite of those high prices. But I guess your inference on the economics from the airline's point of view, you might well be right, but we'll take that question back.
Thank you.
And Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Still on the airport, I'm afraid. On page 10, we have the 3 columns, I guess. One's the DCC Group surplus, and that has the airport surplus in there, but we don't have the revenue or the EBIT, EBITDA, or whatever you say there, for the airport either. I'm just curious because in their 6-month report, which is the last we got, they were the passenger volumes were 6% below budget, but they said that their revenue had proven resilient, only 1% behind budget, but maintaining a 4% lead over the previous year. But now we've got passenger volumes falling to 7.6%. So I'm just wondering if that's impacting the revenue, because I can't see it in the numbers. So why those ones not there?
Sure, and I think this is similar to a question you've asked previously as well in relation to the airport, in that it is an associate company as opposed to a subsidiary. So not wanting to get into the technical accounting of it, but with an associate company we don't consolidate each line of the financial statements, we only take their profit. So the revenue for the airport does not show in the DCHL group revenue, and nor do the expense lines. What we do is we take a share of their profit as a one-line entry, is my understanding.
Quite right.
Oh, so we can't track them at these quarterly updates to just see if the impact, I guess our expectations around revenue and profit, we can't really track these in these quarter updates. Is it?
Sorry, cut you off there. Well, I think we can, but we can't track it in the group result because we don't consolidate revenue into the group result. But what we can do is we can provide additional information for you on dial revenue, and happy to do that. So we can just have that like a memo item, if you like, which just shows how that's tracking.
And Mayor Raddick had a question.
Yes, on the last page, is it 12? Yeah, there's quite in funds to current assets, there's a dramatic difference in Dunedin Railways, which has impacted the situation for the group as a whole. Could you elaborate on why there is such a difference there from last year to now? 36%, or from 70% down to 36% funds to total assets for Dunedin Railways. It's in the middle of that table on the right.
Yes, so I think important to note the scale of the operation. So DRL is not a large company financially. You'll note that the performance of the company year to date is quite a significant loss, which then has quite a dramatic impact on equity. And so what you're seeing with those numbers, 70% down to 36%, is the impact of the reduction in equity because of that loss. What we will be doing is a capital injection into DRL, and that will improve that percentage when we do that. And that's something that we just have to do, as you're well aware, on a regular basis to prop up their funds.
Okay, so you're saying the graph above that, the graph immediately above the table, is calculated from the average of the percentages as opposed to the average of the dollar value.
The graph above is a weighted average, so it's looking at the overall shareholders' funds to total assets, of which DRL does form a part of that, but a very, very small part of that graph.
Because that graph's also deteriorated quite a bit.
The largest driver there is Aurora. It's far and away the largest company in our group, and as we discussed many times, much of their growth is currently being funded by debt.
And there are no other questions, except I have one for Mr. Lone, and it relates to your opening statement, the very gratifying increase that we have in returns from Aurora. On page 7, we see that 5.3 million budget after tax increase on Aurora's return. The question has been asked, why is it that when Aurora is making fairly significant profits, that these don't be reflected in dividends that are coming through to council? And is it the case that the main reason that this doesn't happen and that we're having to get our current dividend, for instance, out of City Forests restructuring, is it because Aurora has this massive debt that it has to somehow deal with? Is that the reason why Aurora significant profits do not come through to us?
So I think you've probably hit the nail on the head, but to expand on that point, profit doesn't necessarily equal cash, and in Aurora's case that is most definitely the situation. So whilst we do have a strong operating cash flow from Aurora because of the reinvestment into the network, that doesn't result in cash, and we have therefore enabled Aurora to increase its debt in order to fund that investment, and have stuck to the plan that they won't be paying a dividend this year in conjunction with the Aurora board, but assuming that if we did not have the sale of Aurora going forward, then it is our plan that there would be dividends coming from Aurora in future years, but they will still need to invest in their network, so it will be resulting in an increase in debt for Aurora going forward. But short answer to the question is that profit doesn't equal cash flow. I think Peter might want to jump in there.
Just building on that, I mean, I'm not quite sure of the numbering in your papers, but the second last page, our number 6, which might be your number 11, which shows the operating cash flows for group companies. So you see there in the current year, Aurora Energy operating cash flows of $46 million. So that's the cash being generated by the business from profit, net of any working capital movements. So it's generating $46 million of cash. But if you look to the next table, capital expenditure, it's spending $80 million year to date on capital expenditure. So another way of looking at that, of the 80 mil that's been spent on growing the electricity network, 46 million of that, say, has been funded out of operations. The balance effectively gets funded by debt because it has, under current arrangements, those are the two funding options for it. It's to retain the cash it generates and to borrow more.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hocking.
Which means also if there were a dividend on top of that, that would therefore be funded by debt.
The debt situation, the last time I looked for Aurora was 500-something million. Is it the case that in terms of lines companies around the country that Aurora is one of the most highly indebted? Have you been able to compare it to other lines companies?
I can take that. Yes, we have. We have some benchmarking information at I think FY 2022. I think Aurora's in one of the most highly geared amongst EDBs.
And could you possibly forward that benchmark information to us? I don't remember seeing it.
Yes, I certainly can. Look, I mean that's one example of information we would love to share with councillors in due course. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Right, we're all done with comment and discussion. Questions? Sorry, we still have one from Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following on from your answer earlier around the investment in infrastructure, is it fair to say that at the moment Aurora is in an infrastructure stage? So it's a phase where they have to invest back into the business with infrastructure and improving that infrastructure, but that investment will bring reward. Can you explain that?
Absolutely. So investment will bring reward. So Aurora is a regulated business, so they do get a guaranteed return on that investment, provided they're investing into the network in line with their agreements with the Commerce Commission.
Yeah, just building on that, and that's coming through already. So you'll see in this report the results from Aurora in terms of profit. That's coming through. So a lot of that is driven by growth. So new connections in the Central Otago region, which is where a lot of that population growth is, requires investment in infrastructure to make those connections and build the infrastructure to enable that growth in population and to service those communities. So some of that revenue is coming through now, hence the growth in profit. Profit's not the problem for this owner with Aurora. The problem is turning that into cash. So for all of that profits being generated, it's getting ploughed back into the next reinvestment in the network. And the trajectory to actually be in a position where some of that cash can come back to the owner by way of dividend, that's quite a long time frame. Aurora is anticipated to be in this growth mode for a large number of years.
And Mayor Raddock, you had a question.
Yes, just back to, just following on from that question and going back to the graph on the last page, 12, the group shareholders' funds to total assets, which is a significantly deteriorating position. Does this mean that the value, this is the overall value of the group, is deteriorating because of the increasing debt of the company? So it's in other words, it appears from this graph that the value of the companies is not increasing at a comparable rate to the growth in debt. Is that correct?
So the graph is showing that equity is not growing at the same rate as total assets. However, we need to bear in mind that that is accounting equity, so it is your historical cost, not your market value. What we're more interested in is the market value of those investments, which is considerably more than the equity we're showing on the balance sheet, and that is most definitely growing. We have a valuation of our core companies scheduled for this year, so you'll note on page 9 of your papers that the last valuation was done in 2021. So there is a valuation this year, 2024, which will show the market value of those entities.
So what you're saying, that the value as measured for that graph is the depreciated asset register value?
Correct.
Thank you very much for highlighting the sometimes dramatic difference between accounting valuation and market valuation, and and the importance, and luckily for us, the importance of market valuation. Are there any further questions? We're all done with questions. Debate then. Who wants to speak to this very interesting report? I need to move the motion first. So I move that the committee notes the Dunedin City Holdings Limited Group quarterly update for the period ended 31st March 2024. Seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Sorry, debate. I've done it again. Bear with me. I'll get there eventually. Yeah, I just want to thank DCHL for this report. There has been quite a bit of misunderstanding regarding our companies, the reason that we haven't had dividends from them for many years, and the challenges that various different kinds of companies that we own have. And I'm very pleased that we are getting, I think, better information now. Councillors are asking very good questions about this information, and I thank you all for that today. It certainly helped me get a better handle on some of the things that are going on as well. And I invite anyone else to comment. Councillor Wiley's first.
Thank you. I just want to single out Dunedin Airport, and I want to thank Mr. De Bono and Ms. Crawford, along with Tyree College student Benjamin Patterson, for their work in trying to secure international routes into Dunedin, because again that would actually really improve the a lot of the aspects of what's taking place out of the airport. It is also a wider aspect with Business South, Enterprise Dunedin and other Dunedin entities engaging in this, but I think it is vital that we do see international air routes returned, and I think that would greatly improve the capacity and value of Dunedin Airport. When it comes to City Forest in this report, I do note that there is still regulatory risk, especially around the ORC land and water plan change, and also what we've heard recently about the power lines and forestry and trees. So there are some issues in the headwinds of that that hopefully will get common sense will prevail. But thank you for the report.
If there are no other speakers, note that the Dunedin City Holdings quarterly update has been put forward and debated, and all those in favour of noting this report say aye. Aye. Against? None. I declare the motion carried. Before we go into the public excluded part of this meeting, I would move that we take a 5-minute adjournment. Seconded Councillor Lucas. I've managed to do it again. We should move into, I'd like to move that we move into non-public. Seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Right, and I suggest that we take a 5-minute adjournment prior to that. Seconded by Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? Moved. Thank you.
responsible.
Thank you. We'll get underway with the Economic Development Committee meeting today, here Wednesday, 22nd of May. To start with, we have public forum. And can I please ask Dr. Hugh Lloyd to come and speak? You put the clock up? Dr. Lloyd, you'll see a clock above me that will say 5 minutes, and that gives you your speaking time. Thank you.
Take your finger off it.
So
You good? You
good, right there. No, kia ora koutou, Hugh Lloyd Takawengoa. I'm the Director of Quality and Clinical Governance at Te Whatu Ora Southern. Look, thank you for the opportunity. I'm really talking about the Digital Interactive Health paper that's on the table and the update from the team. Look, it's an amazing opportunity for us in health. I think everyone in this room is aware of the pressures that the health system is under, and whether that be workforce, demand, capacity to respond, our workforce issues. When that pressure increases, it creates that tension that has to happen to create innovation. And I think we are absolutely in the right space to create that tension, to create the innovation that's required. I think, again, the Council is well aware of some of the health reforms that have taken place over the last couple of years, and the shift of emphasis for co-production with our communities, for the health system to be deeply ingrained into the views of our people and to understand their difficulties, what they have to negotiate to experience good health outcomes. And that reorientation, we're going to need some really innovative digital solutions to be able to connect with our community, for them to understand health and for us to be able to understand them better and deliver the services that they need. Some of you may be aware that we recently opened the Te Kaika Wellbeing Hub down in South Dunedin, and we all know some of the difficulties, the socio-economic issues that's in South Dunedin. And that development, that piece of work and building is a collaboration between Te Whatu Ora, the Ministry of Social Development, MSD and Te Whatu Ora, with Te Kaika, which is the primary care practice in South Dunedin. And again, we are going to need some really good innovations in that space from an IT perspective, again, to reach into that community. We also all know about the prevalence of type 2 diabetes and the cost implications of that to the health service. We know that the prevalence, if we carry on the same path, the prevalence of that condition will increase. The cost to the health system will be significant, but probably more importantly, it's a double whammy for the less fortunate in our community, because the personal costs of type 2 diabetes are also significant. So again, that opportunity creates the tension, if you like, for the service, the health service, and for everyone to innovate. And of course, I haven't yet mentioned the new Dunedin hospital build. The outpatient building is due in 2006. The inpatient building is due in 2009. And we are aware again of the tensions around some of the changes, of the models of care changes that we have to undertake to make the most of that build from a health perspective. So again, we have a whole series of issues that are in front of us. And look, when the pressure's on, I think we all need to come together to be far more innovative. The Code project has pretty much set the scene for us about what is possible. And I'm personally hugely excited about the opportunities that we have with the digital interactive health work. So look, thank you for listening to me. It's really important and very close to my heart. Kia ora.
Thank you, Dr. Lloyd. Happy to take questions. The first question I'll ask is, you're part of the working group that is currently assisting Enterprise Dunedin with the draft business case. How is that group coming together, and does it have all the key people that it needs to have, and building a strong story?
Yeah, we've got absolutely the key people. I think I touched on the previous code experience. We certainly have the right people around the table. As I've touched on in the words that I've spoken, the wider business case is absolutely there. And I think from a innovation point, for developing economic benefit to the community, but also reducing the burden of personal health costs and the health costs on the health system, the business case is pretty clear.
Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. I agree, it sounds really exciting. Do you see this as an opportunity to have a collaborative cluster with Code, Te Whatu Ora, the university with the med school, the Polytech with the nursing school, and around R&D and innovation, and obviously the digital medical scope there?
Yeah, there are a huge number of There are a huge number of stakeholders that it's important to be inclusive of, and wherever you look in Dunedin and the wider Dunedin area, we're based on research, we're based on innovation, we're based on healthcare, and it's far-reaching and it's essential to our economy.
I agree. I thought it was really exciting around the more than $1 billion fund in Europe that possibly the group could apply to. How common is that? Have other organisations in Dunedin that you know of applied to that fund?
Look, I'm probably not across that. Yeah, apologies for my lack of technology ability. It's ironic, isn't it? Look, I'm not across all of that, so I couldn't really comment, to be honest. But I know of the Innovation Fund out of Europe. Yeah.
No, that's fine. Another question I had reading through the paper was around the public health and private health sector, and the only slight concern I had was if we get private investors really interested, which I see huge potential for investment for perhaps taking it out to the world.
Excuse me, Councillor Houlihan. I understand the question, but are you talking to Dr. Lloyd's presentation, or are you talking about the paper that Mr. Strong and the team are going to talk to afterwards?
Both.
Okay, if you can make it a shorter question, because Dr. Lloyd has got a short amount of time.
Okay. Do you see any conflict with a private investor coming in to technology that could be used in public hospitals?
Look, that already happens to a degree. We are supported in a health system by private IT providers, and I would see this as being essentially no different.
Councillor Gowrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dr. Lloyd. Could you just remind me where this will put Ōtepoti Dunedin in a global context?
Look, that's probably a little tricky for me to answer. It's probably more for the team, I think. But if you look at
from your clinical perspective, from your Te Whatu Ora perspective.
Look, I'm pretty passionate about the area, and I think the rurality that we have, the academic centres that we have, and the opportunities that we have within the health system, they're all lining up very, very well. And as I say, I think that opportunity is considerable. Global stage, look, I'm always slightly understated. I think we need to have a vision. But I think we need to step and create the right environment to see that opportunity in its greater sense.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lloyd. We've used up all our questions, so appreciate you coming in and presenting to us today. Thank you.
Kia ora, thanks for listening.
Cheers. Ms. Fawcett. Now, councillors, last night you would have received an email from Jenny that had the presentation and some photos, and so Ms. Fawcett's not going to present the whole presentation, but was focusing around the last 2 pages. Is that correct?
That is correct, thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Councillor Wiley, Your Worship, and to all of the councillors here. Some of you know me and know that I've been running these events and markets for quite some time. I'd like to concentrate on the last 2 pages of the report. To say this is a report on our cruise ship market. So the 2023-24 was our 9th cruise ship market for the season, and as you can see, we've got a photo up there. Our next season will be 2024-25, and that'll be our 10th season of operation. During the season, we've kept detailed statistics, storeholder revenue, passengers into the hall, the percentage of ships passengers that came to the market, etc. 2023-24 season passengers into the hall was 43,776. 25% of those passengers just looked, 75% of those passengers purchased. There we go, there's another one. 43,776 passengers into our market for the season 23-24, which I believe puts us into the top 10 tourist attractions in Dunedin. The average sale per passenger was $6.80. My market team members used Stripe, credit card, EFTPOS, cash and bank-to-bank transfers to make their sales. Storeholders took 73,352 in overseas credit cards for the season. That's approximately $61 per storeholder. We've had a very positive, engaging relationship with the Port Chalmers Town Hall Committee. We work with their clients, especially the Wednesday clients, when we can have the hall for half a day only in the afternoon. We have cruise ship markets booked with the Port Chalmers Town Hall Committee for 24-25 season and 25-26 season. That's 2 years in advance. Port Otago requested our stats for the season ending 23-24 so that they could incorporate into their board reports. We've remained open all stat days, including December the 26th and the 1st of January, as most other shops were closed. In 23-24, we maintained and further developed our professional business relationships with other key cruise line personnel, including but not limited to Carlin, Wendy London, John Pritchard, who's the Chief Engineer of the Grand Princess. As you can see there, his Port Chalmers pillow that we gave him, pride of place in his office. Jessica Potter, who's the destination expert lecturer on the Island Princess, and next season will be on the Diamond Princess. Sue Beard, Debbie Fields, Leanne Fiedler, Xavier, there's Xavier there, Mr. LaRue, Chase, Luca and Stu Gray. And Stu Gray is the representative from the Cruise Ships in New Zealand, the destination expert lecturers, for them to use on their inboard lectures to the passengers prior to docking at Port Chalmers. Our market is considered a very positive tourist experience for their guests by most of the cruise ship management team. Many passengers tell me that they know about us in Australia before they get on the ship, especially the ports of Melbourne, Sydney and Brisbane. We have been told by the passengers that we are the best cruise ship market on the New Zealand circuit due to the venue, our storeholder presentation and engagement, variety and high quality of locally produced items and product, atmosphere, and for being well advertised on their Facebook pages. Passengers tell us that every market, our prices are fair and reasonable, considering the quality of the work on the tables. We also receive follow-up emails from passengers who have visited the market wanting to purchase more product from storeholders. I'm conscious of the time. I have a 5-member volunteer reception team on the desk from the start of the market to the finish of the market. These are retired storeholders who still wish to be part of our market. They provide information and support to our guests. And I guess this next point will be of interest to you all. We are a self-funded organisation. We receive no funding from the government, council or other entities, so we won't be asking you for money. On the last ovation of the seas, the cruise director saw our post on their page and made an announcement over the ship's intercom. This produced a 65% increase in passengers to our market, and the ovation was the last ship of the season. The Pacific Adventurer arrives in Picton on the 31st of August, and I will be there to see how things operate with the Picton cruise ship market, which is operated by the Lions, hoping to form some alliances with them. And lastly, we look forward to working with the university, the Dunedin City councillors and the council staff. as to how our markets can enhance the tourist experience here in Dunedin, and I'm sorry I'm over. There's some more there, more photos. Thank you. Thank you for listening to me, everybody.
Perfect. Thanks, Ms Fawcett. Questions? I've got Steve and then Sophie.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Thanks, Julie, and thanks, your Ma here. I remember you starting up many years ago. 2 questions, I think. I know there's been, over the years, a perennial problem encouraging the drivers of the buses returning passengers to port to get them to stop in a convenient spot that may help the market. Is that still an ongoing problem issue? And if so, what do you see as the potential solutions?
At this stage for season 24-25, Councillor, we will be approaching the Port Otago cruise ship management team and seeing if we can get their shuttle buses to stop off at the last number 14 bus stop so that the passengers who wish to get off can get off and then explore our market and Iona Church and a few other places before they go back to the ship. But we still have to have those discussions because I'm led to believe that the shuttle contract, I don't know if this is correct, but I'm led to believe that the shuttle contract goes from Port Otago to town and then back to Port Otago again, and they cannot drop passengers off. So this is something that we need to have a discussion with, but I'm sure that that will happen.
Cool. So that answer to my question, it is still a problem. Yeah. Second question is, I think I read in here that you were seeking, and you don't want any money from us, which always puts a smile on our face. I think it was around about a K for a banner you're putting up. Have you thought about approaching the community board out there for help, or are you just going to do that yourself?
Oh, thank you, Councillor Walker. We're self-funded, so we don't want to sort of be a burden on anybody else. We are cost neutral, so the funds that go in, the funds that go out, yeah. But thank you very much.
What a dream organisation. And final question is, you haven't asked us for money and you've presented here today. Is this just an update, or is there anything else you're asking us for that's not a monetary thing?
Thank you, Councillor. No, I'm not asking you for any money. I'm just sort of saying that we're going into our 10th season of doing our cruise ship markets, and I just wanted to come and say, you know, hello to all of you. Some of you I know, some of you I've never met. And I just wanted to give you an update on what we are doing out there in the community. Considering we started off with 3 marquees on the village green 10 years ago, and now we are looked upon as the model for cruise ship markets around the country. It's been quite humbling and very special for all of us, particularly with my seniors. 60% of my store holders are over 60. Like me. So it's like a family. We operate as a family. I have a lot of very, very talented storeholders, and yeah, we do a lot of work with our team. We have a storeholder support fund to support those who are not as financially well off as others, so we leave nobody behind.
Excellent.
I have questions from Councillor Barker, Gary and Houlihan. So Councillor Barker.
Kia ora, Julie, and first of all I would like to congratulate you and thank you on all of the work that you do looking after the cruise visitors. You're an amazing, it's not a question, are you an amazing ambassador for Dunedin City? The answer I think is yes. Just want to ask a couple of questions, because there was, in what you wrote, there was what would be of huge help if the DCC could provide you with a short video of Port Chalmers and other Dunedin tourist places. So I think we have some representatives here from Enterprise Dunedin, and I'm sure they're listening, and I'm sure that will become available. My second question is just around the cruise action. Sorry, I didn't ask you a question. I think your answer was yes, wasn't it? That's what you wanted. The Ōtepoti Dunedin Cruise Action Plan. So were you involved in, it's on our agenda today, were you involved in writing that plan or consulted about that plan?
Yes, I did go to a meeting, and our representative is Anne Tamati from Port Chalmers. She's our representative. At now, I have not seen a copy of the cruise action plan, but I'm led to believe that it'll be sent to me in the next couple of days.
So is Anne actually on the cruise action group? Is she because I see there's a Port Chalmers business person, is that who it is?
Yes, that is, Councillor.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I just, my initial question was asked by Councillor Walker, wondering if there's anything else we could do for you to support you without a monetary value, given you haven't asked for any, but yeah, it sounds you've answered that. But my next question is, what sort of feedback do you get from the visitors to our city about, you know, what they think of our city, and is there any feedback like that you could give us?
Very good question, Councillor. They love us. They absolutely love us. They think that we're very hospitable. They love the Albatross Colony, Iona Church, Ulverston House, all of the heritage buildings. They just think we are amazing. There are some things that perhaps we could do a little bit better, but on the whole, they love Dunedin, they love the city, they love the outskirts. A lot of them sort of travel on the tour companies that we have here. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Wonderful brand ambassadors for Dunedin. As far as the reports that come back to me, that's basic, because we're so busy, Councillor. Normally they're sort of, you know, coming in for at the end of their day, after they've been on their tour. A lot of the tour buses actually drop their passengers off outside the town hall so that they can come in as well, which is lovely. So we're all working together for the benefit of our community. That's not only at Port Chalmers, but also here in Dunedin.
Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for that update and for the work you do, and great to hear those reports and feedback. I did have a question to ask if you know about the Flower Ladies in Picton, and if you don't, it would be worth asking about that initiative when you're up in Picton.
Thank you, Councillor Gary. Yes, I have heard of them, and I will be having a chat to them when I'm up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Fawcett, for coming to present to us today. I can stress to all councillors over the next cruise season to take time out to go down and visit the market and even buy a few goodies, especially before Christmas. And also thanks for all you do on the Facebook pages. I know that's an ongoing job, and just communicating with all those ships and the amount of exposure you give Dunedin and the markets in Port Chalmers. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes. So we'll get into the meeting proper. So apologies. We've got an apology from Councillor Lefiso, and we'll also have early departure from Councillor Vandervis at 1:30 and Councillor Acklin at 1:45. So I move the committee accepts the apology from Councillor Lefiso and early departures. Seconded Councillor Walker. All in favour? Aye. Thank you. Confirmation of agenda. I am going to request we move item 8 to the start of the agenda ahead of item 6. Is there a seconder? Councillor Gilbert, thank you. All in favour? Aye, thank you. Declarations of interest. Were there any changes? No. I note that the committee notes amends, if necessary, the elected members of interest register and confirms amends the proposed management plan for elected members' interest. Is there a seconder? Councillor Lucas, Deputy Mayor Lucas, thank you. All in favour? Aye. Confirmation of minutes. Economic Development Committee meeting on the 5th of September 2023. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Gary. Any questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Just about the timing, Mr. Chairman, I got a surprise when I saw the 5th of September as the date. This was the last meeting of the committee, was it?
Correct.
Is there any particular reason why the committee hasn't met in 8.5 months?
It was the timing required. There was going to be a committee round for these committees in March, but with the changes required for the decisions for the annual plan, we needed time to put to that rather than this round of committee meetings.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, so I've got a second from Councillor Gary. All in favour? Aye. Carried. Part A reports. Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme. Oh, perfect, thank you. Digital Health, thank you. See, I'm sticking to my run sheet. Sorry, just finding my place as well. Thank you, Mr. Liggett, Ms. O'Brien, and Mr. Strong. I'll let you start.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to take the report as read and happy to go straight into questions. Mr. Strong is here, though, and with multiple capacities, and I'll leave that to him to explain through.
Members, it's a pleasure to be with you again. As Mr. Liggett's indicated, I'll take the brief report as read. I think in terms of the best use of our time, we're happy to answer any questions that you might have relative to digital interactive health. I'm also privileged enough to chair the Centre of Digital Excellence here in Dunedin too, so there are some quite direct links between those two programs of work. But if I could just, before I open it to questions through you, Chair, note the exceptionally good work and support that Enterprise Dunedin team do to support this work through the stewardship of Mr. Christie, Ms. O'Brien and Mr. Liggett. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got questions from Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Gowrie, Councillor Van der Vis, Deputy Mayor Lucas. So Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I actually asked a couple of questions earlier, but I would be quite keen to put some of those questions to you as well, is around a collaborative cluster for our city. Do you see, what benefits do you see in that? And around Startup Dunedin, Code, obviously, the Te Whatu Ora, the Polytech, University, Med School, all those different organisations, and for us, obviously, given the building of the new hospital, that as well coming into that, where do you see the benefits with that?
Thanks for the question. It's been a collaborative exercise from the very beginning, and the foundation piece from the city around education, research, health and technology means this is a natural next step for Dunedin to take. One of the principal benefits of the grouping that we've put together around this piece of work has been the facilitation that Enterprise Dunedin has done in bringing together a bunch of very, very committed and passionate people who want to see these solutions for the city developed. And you heard from Dr. Lloyd a little earlier on in this session about the benefits that he sees. From a digital interactive health working group perspective, we agree. We would also extend that to include a broader benefit for residents across the broader Murihiku region across the south. And when we look at some of the recent Waitangi Tribunal reports on the Y2575 in particular, there's a $750 million per annum deprivation through poor health across Murihiku. Digital interactive health will enable us to develop solutions to provide benefits straight into communities through primary and secondary care. And obviously, as part of the build and the investment logic for the New Dunedin Hospital, it's predicated on a 30% reduction in demand for people coming through the front doors of that facility. If we're able to have healthcare delivered in the community easily through devices, we're going to be able to provide a much better series of outcomes across the broader district.
Do you see this being picked up by individual investors as startups or like new innovation ideas that could be taken to the world, or do you see us doing it as a collaborative sector as a city?
Both, and both on a couple of counts. We've got a track record through some of the other work we've done across Dunedin in finding good ideas, investing in them and then scaling them, which brings additional economic benefit into the city. So there will absolutely be those startup sort of opportunities that will identify themselves. More broadly, the opportunity for the work to have national scale and importance, and ultimately global scale and importance, especially given to things like the Dunedin study, which has an enormously rich set of data that can be filtered and used through digital tools, will provide us with an opportunity that I don't think many other places in the world have.
Could it be something that could be added to the medical school as a specialist area coming from Otago that they could add to their medical training? Do you see that being a possibility?
Just in relation to that, you'll see that one of the people that we have been working with recently is a gentleman called Dr. Chris Patton, who actually leads a digital health component within the university already. So those connections are already being made, which is really, really positive, and we'll begin to see that come through actually some of the emerging industries within the city as well.
That's what I thought, new technologies.
Okay, thank you. I've got a long speaking list, so Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Several questions. First one is, and you've partially answered it around the Dunedin study, but I'm interested where this places us globally. How common is this in a global context to have this kind of project going on with a new hospital?
I don't think it's particularly common, to be fair, and there's nothing quite like being a first mover. It brings some challenges with it and some complexity. But again, one of the principal benefits that Dunedin has is everybody around town knows everybody else. And when things need to be done, a couple of phone calls generally result in those things happening. And I think that's an incredibly compelling proposition for the city that is not replicated elsewhere that I've seen. In terms of global reach, there are a bunch of opportunities that have presented themselves through potentially Horizon funding out of the European Commission, which takes this and potentially accelerates us into the global stage. There is complexity within that process as well, and it's probably it will be a challenge in terms of the process that the European Commission and the Horizon Fund would expect us to undertake, but Fraser and Chanel have done some very good work in setting up the foundation for conversations with the European Commission with some specialists in France and in the UK. So we're positioned ready to launch off.
We'd love to be first. And my second question, and Mr. Liggett will remember this, I remember when it was announced, it actually moved me to tears because of the neurological aspects of this, and I notice on page 43 it mentions people whānau-centric solutions. And we mustn't lose sight of that, which I'm sure you're not, but can you just expand on what those technical workshops identified in terms of what it's going to mean to people in this city?
Well, perhaps if I give you a couple of examples that have been sort of discussed during those working group sessions. One of the members of that group lives in a village out of the peninsula that has no running water. There are attendant health conditions that come with that. So the opportunity is through the use of technology, wearables, mobile devices, tablets and the like, to get real-time information and data on current health of that community and provide preemptive responses to that as opposed to waiting for things to go wrong. So when you start to think about that, there's an opportunity there. When you start to think about the user experience of using mobile devices, so I see plenty of mobile phones around the tables, we like to use those things because they're easy. So the DIH working group has been very focused on making sure that we don't overcomplicate this, but we don't make it fluffy with no benefit either. So having grandkids, for example, working with grandma and granddad and gathering health data and information into a game for the family to play and linking that directly back into the primary and secondary care services is an enormous opportunity.
Final question is around that problem of some of those same communities don't have necessarily good Wi-Fi, and also there's a demographic element where they're excluded, they're not digitally capable. But I'm assuming from questions I've asked in other places of Te Whatuora in particular that is all being taken into account.
The short answer is yes. And technology is ubiquitous now. Pretty much everybody has at least one, if not two, three or four separate devices. Yeah, not quite. But I think the other thing is the accessibility of those devices is also becoming much more affordable. And as other initiatives around broadband capabilities get rolled out, then I think things will get us to the point where it's going to be very helpful.
Councillor van der Vis.
Quite excited by, on page 42, paragraph 12, the concept of games for health and I can see in A that therapy-based games accelerating neurological recovery. But B, I was wondering, in terms of managing pain relief through neurological programs, do you have evidence that this really works well, apart from the obvious distraction?
Certainly. So the company that we're actually talking about within there is a company called Xsurgo, and it has actually been involved with a lot of UK health delivery systems, and it is, I can't explain the in-depth nature of the process within there, but certainly it has gone through clinical trials and testing within there, and it has provided that non-pharma, in cases, in certain situations, an alternative to pharma pain relief within there.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm interested in the next steps. We talk about having the draft business plan done by, I think, September of this year, and then that being presented to both public and private funders. So I'm interested in where you're seeing the next steps, and also in terms of what council's role I'm thinking of leading into the 9-year plan and things like that. So I'm just, next steps.
Yes, we certainly is our intention to have the business case done by September, although I feel every time I come and talk around business cases and timeframes, I do this very poorly, Deputy Mayor. So, but that is certainly our intention within there. In terms of presenting it to government, we believe that there's multiple investors in here, and we want to unpack that investment strategy to actually understand what part of the Crown or the system that we're talking to. We're reconciling economic development and public good outcomes here, and there's multiple agencies in there and potentially multiple investors. So we spend a lot of time talking to whether or not it's Health New Zealand to Wharaora. We're talking obviously with the regional economic development folks, but there's certainly other parts. So the next phase of the business case that we're looking at is what pitch do we need to make to what ministry or to what agency within there, and we do have an initial mapping exercise, and it is broad. So that's certainly the next stage within there in terms of what conversations we need to have with what people to try and seek investment.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, and I think we all share the excitement and the potential of what you're talking about. I'm wondering, and I'm pleased to hear you talk about the use of devices because of the lack of delivery or the failure to eventuate of the regional health hubs that have been long promised as part of a health restructuring. Can I be sure that your initiative isn't compromised because of the need occasionally for those physical facilities in the region, outlying areas?
If I could foretell the future, I don't think I'd be sitting next to you here this morning. But you can certainly guarantee that you have best endeavours from us to ensure that those things don't fall off the radar.
Thank
you. Councillor Mayhem, then Mayor Raddick, Councillor Walker, Councillor Gilbert, and then back to Councillor Houlihan. So, Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you, Mr. Strong. As Councillor Benson-Pope said, I'm excited for the global leadership aspects of this, but I read the ODT article and you mentioned, well, you were quoted in the paper being a little concerned about the implications of ChatGPT and the ethics of AI. Could you talk a little bit more about that?
I'm not sure I can recall the article you're referring to. Was it the article in the paper this morning?
Was it Saturday a week ago, was it?
Wednesday. Is that, no, 16th of May, Tuesday. Last year.
Okay. I can have a go at answering something, but as technology advances, there's probably a spectrum of the levels of comfort that people have with artificial intelligence. As it becomes more known and more widely understood, I think that level of concern diminishes and the opportunities that it presents increase. And I'm starting to see a lot more opportunity possibilities than the negatives. Yes, there's regulation that's coming and all of those sorts of elements to it, but the power of ChatGPT and OpenAI is something quite stunning. and I know that I'm starting to use it for a whole range of interesting things, like planning holidays, like writing my son's business plan for his new business and helping him with those sort of things. So there's a massive opportunity that sits there. I hope I didn't do a disservice by my memory not being so good after a year.
I should read the dates of things. You mentioned, when we were talking about embracing technology, you mentioned wearables. Is that is it a device that you press for the ambulance, or is it like a Fitbit that you...
It's both. It's both. Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, St John's already have wearable devices to support people in their homes who are living alone. There are. I tend to use a mechanical watch, but there are other devices like Apple Watches, Samsung equivalents, but also health-specific devices that measure vital signs, blood pressure, VO2 max, all of those sorts of elements.
So for an ageing population where we have a lot of senior people, particularly in Dunedin, more than elsewhere, can you assure me, you were talking about less numbers through the doors of the hospital, can you assure me people like my dear old mum, who doesn't even have an email address, will still receive her hospital appointments in the post or via a landline phone call? That technology will still be there in the new hospital?
I'm not in charge of running the new hospital.
Yes, sorry, Councillor, that's out of scope. So
yeah.
Okay, Mayor Raddick.
Yes, I think given the great success of Code and the synergies that exist in the city between, I suppose, yourselves and this idea and the educational institutes, it seems to me the scope for investment and attractiveness of it to the government is very high. So my question is, are you planning to have a larger ask of government?
The short answer is yes. And it's not just Health NZ. There are multiple central agencies that have shown considerable interest in supporting this work and this endeavour. And we have a track record in Dunedin of being successful in this space. So we're going to use that to every advantage that we possibly can.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and thank you, Ms Strong and team, and for your ongoing work. My question relates to, I think it was Councillor Vandevers talked to about point 12 around the DIH stuff, which is really exciting, and the therapy-based games and blah, 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 around cognitive stimulation, etc., etc. The question is, are you working, I'm thinking here of my wife who runs 2 neuro labs at the university, are you working with the psych department and other departments of the university to get that all-important data as these games move into the real world?
I think the short answer is that we will be. So DIH is focused around creating the ecosystem within there. And so we do work with multiple parts of the university. We want to activate all parts of the university within there. So we're predominantly working through champions such as Chris Patton, through the business school, through the medical school again as well. We need to bring those human-centred different departments within there, and we will be drawing on different parts of the university. We do have some connections already within the psych department, and certainly Cliff Abraham has certainly been involved in the process to date, but it's about activating as much as we can all the different components within the city that we have sitting around within the strategy itself.
Excellent, because my wife's office is next to Cliff, so I'll tell her to knock on the door. And you'll just be aware, and wouldn't you agree that obviously in terms of funding moving forward, those peer-reviewed, data-based pieces of info?
Oh, absolutely, and that's certainly going to be an integral part of what our thinking will be.
Great. Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'm trying to get my head around, so we're talking about being sort of one of the first to be going down this path, but I'm presuming as well that there must be work being done elsewhere in the world on this. So I'm trying to figure out how what we're doing here stacks up against what is being done elsewhere in the world, how much we're working together, and what the whether we're not just being on the world stage, but in terms of, whilst we know that Dunedin is the place to be academically and in the DIH sphere, how we make it so that it is the place to be internationally, or whether that's part of the next steps.
We think we've got some unique selling points within the city, and we talk to other cities who are involved in the health tech space within New Zealand. And it is something there about the compact and collaborative nature of the city that does have something that is a little bit different. So it's the way that, for instance, we can pick up the phone, Chanel and I, in the last 24 hours and have meetings with 72 different parts of the university within an hour. So the ability to actually get around the table and discuss issues quickly and efficiently is something that sometimes we maybe take for granted, but it's actually really important if you're thinking around a connected, enabling ecosystem or test tank for this type of work. The second part is with Code, we're developing a whole series of game studios that are sitting there in market. I've heard of projects that are happening within Melbourne around UX design solutions and gamification, where they use in-house UX designers, these two of them. We have 26 studios now within the city, developed through Code, and a network that reaches from Christchurch to Wellington to Auckland. That is a panel there of UX designers that are there to apply their specialism in the context of clinicians and for researchers within there, that we can develop something special. Have there been, whichever, seminars, conferences, whatever, in the DIH sphere around the world, part one, part two, if there, in either case, has there been any thought about doing one here, or is it too early days?
I'd suggest it's probably early days. We need to have a clearer proposition to start developing an appropriate program or a format for a conference of that nature. I think to your earlier point, part of the challenge has been that game development studios traditionally outside of the city have come up with things that they think are useful for health. They've never sat with clinicians, they've never sat with researchers, they've never sat with health practitioners to actually understand what is the problem we're trying to solve. So when you have the problem clearly identified and articulated, and then you apply user experience, expertise and knowledge, then that's where the magic happens. I look at the way that Code has rolled out over the last few years. I can see in DIH's future the opportunity for us to invite visitors to Dunedin to tell them about how good we are, but also to use that as a launch point for seeking additional international investment into the city to support ongoing work in digital interactive health.
I'll have a couple of questions from the chair. First off, are there examples of export-focused health-related companies here in Dunedin that are selling their or services or wares on the global stage?
Thank you, Councillor Wiley. Yes, I mean, everyone I'm sure has heard of 80 Instruments, Pacific Edge, Bliss Technologies and others that are already foundational in the city in terms of how they're developing their products and have done for many years. But interestingly too, we also have at least 6 or 7 smaller startups that are starting to develop and grow in the city, Eliap, Saha and others. And if you perhaps contrast and compare where we were with Code several years ago when we had 2 moderately sized companies, and we started off with that as the baseline here for Code. Already in Dunedin we have a strong health sector, as I say, with those more established firms, but in addition to that we have several startups and scale-ups that are already in this space. So yeah, we have a good starting patch for that.
Perfect. And related to paragraphs 15 and 16, we touch on the Horizon Fund. How, $95 billion? Can you just briefly talk us through that?
95 billion euro.
Yeah, euro.
So it's even bigger than it might first appear. So New Zealand, through free trade agreements, has the ability to access the drawdown opportunities through the Horizon Fund. There are a number of criteria that fund has set through the European Commission and their member states in the Northern Hemisphere. A lot of the work that we're doing around digital interactive health ticks a number of those boxes for us to have the ability to apply for, and if we are successful, draw down on some funds from the Horizon Fund to further invest in digital interactive health. It's a pretty exciting opportunity.
And just then, continuing, just briefly on that, this is a fund which, as Mr. Strong has said, we can access through the New Zealand Free Trade Agreement with the European Commission. There is resources that have been pointed nationally through the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, which we've been engaging with, and there's people called national contact points for certain parts of Horizon that are peppered around the country, and we're certainly lucky enough to have the health national contact point based actually within the city and within the university itself. So it's certainly things, and I think I've used the word explore, but we feel that given, I suppose, the nature of the Research and Innovation Fund there itself and the type of proposals that they have in the past been looking for, it's worthwhile putting a little bit of time to this.
And just one aspect of that, the business case of, we've got $200,000 here, is being funded by Code or from Code, so you're not here asking for any DCC money or anything like that.
Just your ongoing championing of the cause and our ability to access the talents of your Enterprise Dunedin Development Unit.
Thank you. I did have some more questions. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to pass on them because I notice it's 1:40. These gentlemen have a 2 o'clock meeting, and gentlemen and ladies, sorry, have a 2 o'clock meeting to attend. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. I tell you what, can you email it to us and we will email the questions to me and I'll forward it on. Okay, sorry, apologies.
It's a good question to ask and answer.
I'm restricted by the time that I have for this meeting, so thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming.
Nice to see you.
We have a slightly different resolution to what's in your papers, so Jenny will put that up on the screen. Yeah. So I'm going to move this from the chair and Councillor Gary's going to second. Does anybody want to speak to the motion? Councillor Gary.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I experience every day the impact of a life-changing device on a family member. And that technology was partially attributed to my father-in-law, who was a physiologist and a director of grants, who approved a grant for this particular technology many years ago. When I heard about the Games for Health and the digital interactive health initiatives, I recall being moved to tears because I thought I understood only a tiny bit. I really don't have a full understanding, but I understood enough to know that this is going to be impactful for our people. And we heard the example that Mr. Strong gave, which I think was probably settled with everyone, and it reminds me that we've got to take everyone with us on this. Dunedin loves to lead the way, and we mustn't forget that actually this particular initiative is attracting people to come home, and I've even had a family member come back with their family from overseas who's involved in this in a global sense. So we might not be the first to be doing this kind of thing, but what we are is the first to have the combination of code, this digital interactive health technology, and a new hospital, and it's the combination of that sets us apart. So we must never forget, as well as the economic development part of this, we must never forget the public good and the impact on our people. And Mr. Leggett very ably described the unique selling points of our city around this initiative. So I want to say a heartfelt thanks to the team led by Mr. Christie in this regard in terms of code, and the team of Mr. Leggett and Ms. O'Brien and others who have taken us through code, now moved on to this, and you heard Mr. Strong talk about their work. It's been absolutely amazing and continues to be. And I think I echo everyone's thoughts that I am so excited about this for our city and for our people.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you so much. I am really excited with this paper and the opportunities that it could bring, which are huge. And but obviously it needs to go through a few steps before we get there. But I think the sky's the limit on this. And I was at an Institute of Directors event last week, and they talked about collaborative clusters. And I sat there with this big grin on my face because I've been talking about collaborative clusters for years. Because it came up when I did my Masters in Entrepreneurship about the benefits of working in creating those collaborative clusters, and that's exactly what they're doing here, which at one of our unique selling points as a city is our university, particularly around research and development, and the innovation that can come from this, combining all the skills of Startup Dunedin with all the entrepreneurs who are really keen to innovate and look at moving it forward. The code for the Centre of Digital Excellence based in Dunedin, and the opportunities there, the opportunities that around AI. Actually, I've initially felt a bit nervous about AI, but I'm now seeing it as an area of huge opportunity, and the new technologies in tech that are coming out now are the way of the future, and anyone who isn't into that is going to be left behind. And as a city, making moves like this could see us leading that new technology, particularly in the health sector, but it can be, as Mr. Strong said, it's wider than just health, because it can be looked across any sector. Once you've got those contacts, the technology, and get some momentum around it, and of course the funding to go with it, I see all of the businesses in our city being able to tap into that as well, and we could have a huge hub that could take on the world. It's extremely exciting.
Thank you. Mayor Raddick.
Yes, indeed. I think I totally agree. This is a very exciting development, and it's a natural progression from code. As code has expanded to have outposts throughout New Zealand, and a great many recipients of their funding and enthusiasm. Similarly, this is the next step of the digital health. And we have this natural synergy here in Dunedin, especially with the new hospital, with the Polytech, the university and the med school. So I think they'll be vitally important, and this is relatively straightforward to get up off the ground, and as I say, the business case can be presented by the end of this year. But in the fullness of time, what that will do is create momentum and pressure for construction of the interdisciplinary learning centre, which will be an important facet that will need to be constructed for the new Dunedin Hospital. So I think it's all intertwined, and along with other interactive and collaborative clusters we've got in town, I think it bodes very well for the expansion of the number of those clusters as well.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you. As my colleagues have said, we're all very excited for the business case, hopefully by the end of this year, and the global leadership aspect that this will bring. Our city is perfect, as Mr. Leggett said, compact and collaborative, connected and enabling, the perfect test tank for this project. We already see what technological advancements we have with things like insulin devices, monitoring children at night time so mums don't have to get up and check their babies all the time. We talked about clever devices that will measure people's blood pressure, so many health innovations, and I'd like to point out I'm the youngest person around this table to be part of the Dunedin study and contribute myself as a human guinea pig into this research. Thank you.
Any other speakers? No? Okay. Firstly, I just want to thank Mr. Strong, Mr. Leggett and Ms. O'Brien for coming to present the story to the council and to the city. I think also with that, Dr. Lloyd, who came into public forum, because I think when we tie those two stories together, it really captures what this is all about. The working group, when you look at that in your papers, is actually a very strong, powerful group with unbelievable diverse talents and expertise. And then when you look at the Horizon Fund and the 95.5 billion euros, not dollars, euros, and then having it funded from Code to do that, I think regardless of whether we're successful with a Horizon Fund application, we're going to be successful for our community. The community are going to see strong outcomes from this, and I think that's going to be the key part. At the same time, I think the government and the country as a whole will wake up to these initiatives that are starting here in Dunedin or developing and growing here in Dunedin, because they are world leading, and I think that's what we've got to keep focusing on, our city and the talents of our city of what we can achieve. So I'll leave it at that. So the motion is on the screen, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Gowrie. All in favour? Thank you. Going back to the agenda, but before that I said we would get leave from the room to see what they would like to do. So is there any suggestion, or do we want to keep going? Okay. Okay. All right. 5-10 minutes. How long would you like? 15? 15 minutes. Okay, I move that we adjourn for 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 2:05. Seconder, Councillor Gilbert. All in favour? Thank you. Back underway. So we have got item 6, Part A reports, Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme. Ms Mash, are you... Yes, any questions about the Forward Work Programme? I'm happy to move. A seconder, Councillor Gowrie. No questions? Okay. All in favour? Right. Thank you. Item 7, Enterprise Dunedin Activity and Tracking Report. Mr Christie. All yours.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Just noting that this is the first activity report we've done for a while, so we will look to add in any additional points that councillors would like to see in future reports, but happy to take it as read and go straight to questions.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one question about the business vitality part, which is around red carpet, not red tape. And we constantly, I guess, get businesses asking us about the relationship between business and council and where businesses can go to get to cut through the red tape, shall we say. Previously, I think we used to have an advisor, and I think that I heard that there were going to be navigators. So can you give us an update on red carpet, not red tape, and how we look after businesses, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We do look across council at trying to provide an all of council service to minimise the red tape. It is an issue that pops up from business still in terms of the difficulty that some businesses have in navigating through our systems. We do have Mr Adamson, who is our business development manager, who looks to work with businesses through those issues. He's currently dealing a lot with the Bath Street and Stewart Street businesses, South Dunedin, around some of the redevelopment there. So the service is available. It's probably just it's not a service where we advertise the red carpet program, but the assistance is definitely available within council.
Are we able perhaps to advertise that a little bit more widely? I was at something yesterday and somebody, was a big investor into the city, was saying they were having some frustration, but I don't know if they knew how to get hold of someone within Enterprise Dunedin to look after them.
Through the chair, I'll take this one. Thanks. Councillor, not advertise in the generic sense of banner ads and that kind of thing, because we're just not resourced to provide that level of engagement. But certainly when it comes to an investor or some kind of development, and not just the big ticket guys, but the smaller guys, if they've come up against obstacles, you know, that absolutely are welcome to come and talk with John and the team, or even myself, and we will try and find a pathway through. We can definitely have a look at what we have on our Enterprise Dunedin website in that regard, but really most of our contact comes from word of mouth or recommendations.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. John, can you just, or Leanne, either, business clinics, it's got there on page 32, that there have been 17 referrals to ED's business clinics year to date. How does that compare to previous years? I mean, is it good, bad, indifferent?
Yeah, we're looking into that a little bit, Councillor. It has dropped back on the year-to-date figures. We estimate that it's about half what we'd usually expect. We're not sure why. It could be that we've got other tools that the team have developed that allow people to get that information through guides that have been developed as opposed to having to meet with staff. But it also might mean that we're not quite getting the referrals that we used to get through other internal departments of council. So we're going to do a look into that and just see why we've seen a bit of a drop off in that area. It could also reflect our current environment economically. So there's probably a few different reasons why that will be down.
There we go. Also on the 38, we're on page now, the activity from Trends. Really cool to see that there's interest in, obviously, in things. The one that jumped out to me was the first point, a strong interest from buyers in the newly introduced Harbour Cycleway as well as the train products. Can you just unpack that a little bit for us?
Yeah, so Trends is the big tourism show that all of our operators go to, and and obviously we're represented there through Enterprise Dunedin. It's back on again. It was a light version last year, but this year there is certainly interest coming globally again at what New Zealand and what each of the districts within the country are offering in terms of tourism product. So obviously the inbound operators are always looking for what is new, what is exciting, and what they can put on their itineraries. So our team got a lot of feedback on the fact that the train is a really unique product. People really do seek it in terms of information about where it's at in terms of its current status, but also they're looking for that new product, they're looking for the things that can build itineraries. But I think what I can signal from this trends is that we're almost back to where we were pre-COVID in terms of levels of interest in what we have to offer.
But excuse me, in terms of the inbound, we're not just referring to the cruise ship. So the interest that's being shown in rail, for example, and the cycleway is not specifically cruise ship related. It's all inbound tours. Is it FIT as well in terms of independent travel agents, or is it more the groups?
Yeah, Trends probably is catering more for the inbound operators. FITs are probably where you look to market what you have through things like sort of our direct marketing campaigns. There's definitely interest. So, talking to eyesight staff, they would see a high degree of interest from FIT in products such as the train, but the inbound operators are certainly seeing that as a key, unique difference for Dunedin in terms of our product offering that also ties in with the value around our heritage, built heritage of the city. We know from the destination plan that that's one of the things that Dunedin stands out for, along with its wildlife offering, and obviously the other area we're looking at is around our food and beverage offering, which is something we're pretty excited about as well.
Councillor Gowrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Christie, on page 33 it mentions the film app. Could you tell us a little bit more about that and the response from those inquiring how that's worked?
Yeah, it's relatively new, and I don't profess to be an expert on the app itself, but I understand that the app has been designed to make it easy for people to come through a process of applying for permits so that that they can self-direct a lot of what they need and not so many touch points from within council. So I'm happy to add that into a more comprehensive film and screen report back to committee at a future date.
And I guess what I'm concerned about, it sounds great and streamlined, and the idea is to go to other territorial authorities, but what I'm wondering is, are we going to lose anything in terms of that personal contact? Because the relationships have always been important.
Yeah, the relationships are very important, which is why we have a screen permit. It's really the hook to get people to engage with staff to ensure that we are providing that service. It will still continue. That will be something we're very focused on in terms of that personal relationship that we have with anybody that's looking to do any work in that sector in the city.
And my second question is page 36 and the Cross-Pacific Games Jam, the Global Cities Award. I know you were up there and received it. Would you like to tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so that's an initiative that we undertook in conjunction with Code, looking at doing a cross-Pacific game jam with Japan, with our relationships and with Japanese gaming companies. It was looking at a group of students here in the city competing with Japanese students. We had Ms. O'Brien actually attended that on behalf of Enterprise Dunedin in the city, and it was a fabulous way to look at how we could be recruiting some Japanese students here for their interest in future game development. So a really good collaboration with Tokyo. We'd love to run it again. It was very successful and great interaction between the students.
And it was all online.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. Just page 30, still on page 36 actually, just around the Sister City anniversaries. Weirdly, we have 3 simultaneously. Can you just give a wee update on how those groups are tracking and bringing the various events together?
Yeah, thank you. So we've formed working groups for each of the sister city anniversaries. So Edinburgh is 50th anniversary this year. We have Shanghai with a 30th anniversary, and next year is Otaru's 45th anniversary. So we have all the partners that we can think of that have got an interest in those anniversaries, meeting monthly around areas of activity that they'd like to engage in. We've had a really good response, really good engagement with the sister city committees that already exist, so it's really just keeping everyone informed on a program of activities. And we do have some inbound and some outbound delegations that will occur as a result of that. I am looking to bring a more comprehensive report back to council, and obviously there will be some engagement with the community around these events to make sure that they are a community celebration.
Councillor Gary.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to ask about page 33, Mr. Christie, under development. It mentions Dunedin Script Accelerator Grant. How does this tie in with the City of Literature? Because the City of Literature is not mentioned anywhere there.
I'd have to check that, Councillor, to be honest. I would like to think that it does tie in with the City of Literature and that Ms Page is involved in that, but I'll need to confirm that and let you know.
Thank you. And secondly, from your experience of the Chinese delegation, the first one since 2019, the education agents that were here the other day, how important is the sister city relationship and the depth of that in those relationships going forward?
Yeah, they're all quite unique and all quite different, but with China there is definitely a renewed interest in studying abroad and studying here in the city. The agents that we had, there were 10 agents from throughout China. They were very engaged in wanting to bring students back to the city. I think we saw a high degree of interest in working collaboratively to ensure that the students had those opportunities presented to them for coming here for study. Really good response from the local high schools, Polytech and University, and I think we'll see increased numbers as a result of those agents' commitment to bringing students to the city.
And the second part of that question was around the relevance of the sister city relationship and you know that we're at 30 years and how that relates to those groups.
Yeah, so the Chinese agents were very aware of the significance of that 30th anniversary. They understand the importance of the city-to-city relationships. This is an example of where 30 years of relationship with Shanghai will bear fruit for Dunedin. You know, it literally provides the assurance to the parents of students that we will look after their children when they come here. That's not something that can be easily replicated in other cities. We know it's a unique strength of Dunedin's. We have quality education, we have a lot of other things that cities around the world can offer, but having that assurance that local government has a relationship at a civic level is very important to them.
I see no further questions, so does anybody want to move it? Or Councillor Gary moves it, Councillor Walker seconds. Anybody like to speak to it?
I would like to speak to it. There's so much good news in this report, and I just want to highlight a couple of elements. And I particularly want to mention some of the new initiatives, such as the film app that we've seen, because those all assist with streamlining processes that we already have. The other thing I wanted to mention was international education. I just wanted to affirm what Mr. Christie said, wearing my International Education Study Dunedin hat, that we've had 3 delegations in the last few weeks, the last being the Chinese group, and certainly those sister city relationships are relevant. And I wanted to just link in with the jam, the cross Games Jam, because that was also a part of an international education initiative and had great impact. So there's some really good work going on across all of these areas, and I congratulate the team for the work that they're doing.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to speak to a couple of points as well, and thank the team for this great report. Actually, just on this, first of all, on the Sister City anniversaries, I'm part of one of the working groups for Old Reiki up in Edinburgh. So the Dunedin Edinburgh Sister City Societies. I just want to pay homage to the team for having those working groups, because they've been instrumental actually in ironing out just a few issues. I also want to thank the Mayor actually for your ongoing support of that relationship with Edinburgh, and I know we're still trying, but one day we will get the Lord Provost in Otapoti. And just also on the Trends annual tourism trade event, I just wanted to give an anecdotal example of how these things work, because I'm really chuffed to see that there was a large interest in the around the harbour nearly completed Psych shared path. I've just recently returned from Christchurch, and my wife and I often, as we always do, chuck the bikes. We're always looking for bike trips. We do our research. We were going up to Christchurch for a night, and after a bit of research with all their new infrastructure up there, decided to go for 3 days. So that's 2 extra bed nights. And the way, I'll blame my wife for this, the restaurants we seem to go to cost us a bloody fortune. So that's a lot of money in the pockets of somewhere that provided a reason for us to go. The only dark part of that story is the fact that after that trip, the end of that trip, the bikes got nicked. So we left with 2 bikes and came back with 0. But that's a moot point. Thank you.
Councillor Radich.
Something like that. Just a couple of words about the sister cities in particular, and of course, in particular with Shanghai. There's quite a significant sister city relationship for us, and it was very pleasing to go to Shanghai last October, but also to see the direct results from that trip. And so in terms of one of the businesses that came over there with that delegation, had a direct, would get a direct result from that trip of $2 million to their bottom line. So I was quite interested and to find out what the relationship between the trip and the sales were, but the interconnectedness of the people on that trip and the relationships made have produced a significant difference for a Dunedin business. And the other businesses that did come on that trip will also get significant businesses, I expect. I haven't had a report from them since, but that'll be something I might look at the end of the year when it comes to a 1 year on from that trip to see if it has produced a result from them. But for one of the businesses, they could actually see a direct result coming. So I think that is fantastic. And all of that is a direct result of the work that John Fraser and his team have put into that relationship over the years, because it's very strong. So, and of course, we similarly will be having a proxy exchange visit with Edinburgh later on this year. And especially with digital Games for Health, I think there's a good potential for direct economic benefit for us. Similarly, it's reciprocated. It will be reciprocal with Edinburgh, but it'd be great to have that direct economic benefit that can be seen.
Okay, there was no further speakers. It was moved by Councillor Gowrie and seconded by Councillor Gill. Oh, sorry, right, a reply.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just want to pick up on a couple of points made by speakers and first of all acknowledge the work of the local sister city committees. We often involve them if there's visitors in terms of the international education sector, they are always involved and were the other evening. And also to pick up on the comments made by the Mayor, you've mentioned direct results in business, Mr. Mayor, and we are confident there will be direct results in terms of students. We are very confident. It is always a delight to see the person arriving to the city for the first time and they're already on WeChat and they're already converted, if you like, to our city and have fallen in love with our city and are starting to promote it to parents. And Mr. Christie's right about us being really confident, and we need to continue to be, around this being a place that is welcoming, and I describe it as a warm embrace of Ōtepoti Dunedin, and we need to make sure that that is still genuinely true. A couple of the trends were picked up, and certainly the wildlife trend was an interesting one, and I think we need to remember when we come to make decisions about the Wildlife Hospital and predator-free Dunedin that that is a particularly important, unique selling point for this city. And of course, I was delighted to see the newly introduced Harbour Cycleway, yet to be completed, featuring there in terms of key insights. So that's all good for the future. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we've had the right of reply. It was moved Councillor Gowrie, seconded by Councillor Walker. All in favour? Aye. Thank you. Move on to item 9, which is the Dunedin Councillor? Yeah, we'd already had the right of reply, so yeah, unfortunately. Dunedin Regional Event Fund update to 31st December 2023. Thank you, Mr. Christie and Ms. Nielsen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to go straight to questions.
Questions, councillors? Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm intrigued on page 52.19 about the new Regional Events Promotion Fund, which is only 5 million over 2 years for the whole country. So it's pretty limited funds. And so, and was it being contestable? So is there funding around dates, or how are they operating? Or is it first in, best served, or, yeah, I'm just interested in how it operates.
Hi. So there's 2 rounds. The first one closed on the 17th of May, which was last week, and then there'll be another round next year. The round that closed last week received 7 applications, which will be submitted by Enterprise Dunedin to the Ministry of Business, Innovation and Employment, and we should hear back about the outcomes of those mid to late June.
Any other questions? No? I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gilbert, thank you. I have nothing to add to the report. I think it was very inclusive of all the information that we required. Any other speakers to it? No, I put it. All in favour? Aye. Item 10, the Ōtepoti Dunedin Cruise Action Plan. Mr. Christie and Mr. Villiers. Take it as read and go straight into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Questions? Councillor Barker.
When will this plan be released to the visitor industry? Was there any opportunity for consultation with the industry during the plan?
So on the cruise board there was actually a member of Dunedin Host who took everything back, so the industry through Dunedin Host, and also a lot of the consultation that went on actually for the ODDMP. So our destination management plan fed into this as well. And I plan to actually have it up tomorrow for the industry. It was just out of respect for councillors having the opportunity to view it first. So it's, if you all like it, it'll go out basically tomorrow to the industry.
So just following up from the public consultation, I guess it's almost since the plan was kind of written, I've had some feedback from organisations in the city with some challenges around visitor behaviour, and I wondered, is there a place where that's going to be addressed in the plan?
So what is currently being developed, and we should have that out at the beginning of, or fairly early next month, is actually a communication plan that will address that and getting communication out to the different parts of the community.
So if this is going out to the public, will it look like this, or will it be fancied up, or is it just basically this attachment that's going out?
Because it's an action plan and not a strategy, was intended, it would just go out like this because it is an action plan. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas, then Councillor Gary.
Thank you. On page 64, it talks here about the Stats New Zealand most recent data being 2019-2020. I'm surprised that we don't have anything more up to date than that in terms of visitor numbers.
So we actually started this cruise action plan for 2022-23, and we didn't have any cruise in the intervening years, so we had 2 seasons without actual visitors.
So we don't have any more recent numbers than that 2019-2020.
Sorry, we do have 22-23, and I think we do refer to that later, and we've only just got our 23-24. So when when this went into development, we only had 19-20 as the last final season to work on.
So then on page 66 in that last line, when you say last season's figures are not available, you now have those. I'm just mindful, if we're putting this out to the industry, we want it to be the most up to date because they're wanting to reflect back, and I just think we want to put our best foot forward in terms of that.
So we could actually add that on because this is a plan. This is something that we can be actually adding to all the time. That's the beauty of a plan and not a strategy. It's a working document, so I can actually have that added.
That would be great. And I just wonder on page 74 when you talk about the outlook, you're actually talking about the outlook for 24-25, not 23-24. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Villiard, could you tell me, or maybe Mr. Christie, around the Milford Opportunities Project on page 74? Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, look, that'll be part of the national strategy around cruise, and we're expecting Cruise New Zealand will bring out their strategy shortly. We actually expected it now. Seems to have been delayed for some reason. But that national strategy will look at what's happening with the Milford Sound, which is obviously an area that's under some discussion and some pressure with cruise ships. So until the outcome of that is known, we won't totally know the effect that would have on our cruise sector here, but it undoubtedly will. Either.
So usually, cruise, they'll come here and then they'll go to Milford, or they'll come from Milford and come to here. I mean, if they don't go into Milford, what will they come straight here? Like, is there any chance of us missing out? What are the possibilities?
The possibility is that they won't come even to the South Island, Councillor. So there are some real challenges if Milford is taken out as an option, and of course cruise lines are there to look at what they can offer their passengers, and the Milford really is a jewel in the crown in terms of its attraction for people to come to this part of the country, alongside Dunedin, of course. So we are mindful that the decision making around that will have potentially quite a significant effect on the city. We'd be worth noting that whilst we've got this plan, sitting behind this work, we are also looking at an overall strategy for cruise for the city. That's something that will be started in conjunction with Port Otago, and that'll be looking at some of these bigger picture issues strategically, because they could have a real potential impact on cruise in the longer term.
So another question for you, in kind of local community Facebook pages and so forth over cruise season, we often see a lot of negativity, and this relates to social licence, and I would suggest that probably local people don't necessarily know about the initiatives happening slowly. They are happening around carbon emissions and best practice and so forth. Is there anything the cruise industry is doing to address that, or is there any way we can help with that?
So that's all part of the idea of us having a communications plan, because we're very, very aware that the cruise industry does not tell the good stories. So, and Cruise New Zealand are very aware of this as well. So as Cruise New Zealand actually sends more messaging out from cruise lines, re this, we will then. So that's the strategy will actually enhance this. We'll actually be looking to get that message out. So Cruise New Zealand will be dispersing it out to the regions, but we will actually then pick it up and push it out there, because yes, if we don't tell the good stories, nobody knows them, and there are some good stories of really good progress being made, and that's the strategy. The communications plan will actually cover that and make sure that there's different sectors are responsible for getting these stories out.
Do you think it's more of an issue here and a heightened awareness here because we are the wildlife capital of New Zealand and people are environmentally conscious in the city in that regard?
Possibly a little bit more so, yes.
And the other question I had was the SWOT analysis and the weaknesses. Do you recall if there was any conversation when you did the workshop around customer service? It's a bit of a hobby horse of mine because I think it's something we're not good at in this city. There are pockets of people who are super good at it, but it's not our strength, particularly in retail, I would suggest. Did that come up at all as a weakness?
No, it didn't come up as a weakness of customer service, but it did do I looked at that this morning and it said if an operator failed, so an operator failed to deliver, we could look at that in different ways, and I do wonder if that may have been perhaps some of the meaning in that, but it didn't come up as customer service entirely.
Perhaps those providing the services aren't aware or reflecting on the service they're providing, I would suggest.
Councillor Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you just cut me a little bit of leverage here, because I need a little bit of preamble before my question comes. Come as no surprise that when I got this document, which I think is very good, I was suspicious that it wouldn't address the environmental issues, and I think it does. It doesn't shy away. So to me, I see two very, very strong competing forces here. Example is you've got $1 billion industry, but also you've got one of the reasons people come here is the wildlife. You've also got on page 68, it says key findings, almost 90% of residents see international inbound tourism as force for good. Then you go further down, it says at the same time, 80% of residents indicate they have experienced negative impacts of tourism. So you have these competing forces. When I read the document, for me, and this is the question, is there a possibility of somehow getting the message in here somewhere that there should be more of an onus, and there's little bits of it, on not impelling, but encouraging the cruise business themselves to be doing the right thing. I think we're accepting probably we're not going to invest 100 million for ship-to-shore power, and I was surprised actually at the low number throughout the world that have that ability, and I'm encouraged at the new technology. That's a long way away. So I would like to see something that puts more of an onus on the billion-dollar industry that makes the billions of dollars to realise we provide something so that we don't get into the scenario that we're likely to see with Milford, where the ships are told you can't come here anymore. There's a question in there.
Yeah, look, I think you make some good points, Councillor. There is that tension between the pressures that cruise brings to the city in terms of the impact, and it is in numbers. It's a volume issue, and yet the value that it can also bring to our community. And we've heard what a difference that makes just to a community market, for example, as Ms Fawcett said earlier. So I think it's just trying to get that balance of what difference we can make as a city, what influence we can have, and how we can change behaviours of the industry in the areas we can impact. So I think one of the areas we can is around our operators that are moving towards more carbon-friendly fleet of vehicles, for example. They're looking at what they can do to reduce emissions. It won't address all of the issues, but I think there is a desire from the industry to want to do better in this space. The way we communicate that and through the comms plan is going to be a really important aspect to that as well.
Can I just add? If I can just add to that as well, our visitors are starting to become much more aware themselves, and so that in itself is helping. They want to know, what is being done to actually protect our wildlife rather than, and they're accepting of the rules and regulations that are put around them, more so than they were 10 years ago even.
Yeah, and in fact, I was probably astounded, like most people here, to realise that millennials take cruise ships. I thought the average age, I think it was 46, it says in the paper. I thought it would be about 108. So you're right. So I think that's a great opportunity to play on a demographic that can demand it anyway. Yes. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I've got a question, and that is around the cruise wrap-up season meeting. How did that go, and is there any additional feedback you want to provide from that session?
Thank you. Look, the meeting went really well. When we sent the invites out, we actually asked that would people please let us know ahead if there were any issues, and nothing came through. So on the day we expected something to be brought up, but there wasn't anything brought up like previous meetings, like the pre-brief where transport options and all that. So, which there'd been a lot of work, and we got our ORC around the table, Port Otago and transport guys, because the biggest issue had been really last year the buses and transport in and out from Port Chalmers on the local buses. But look, there were some solutions put in place. Yes, we had 2 days where it fell over. That probably highlighted how well the days that it was working at work. So there wasn't anything really major that came out of those cruise debriefs at all. And in fact, there was the one in town, and then later that same day we had Port Chalmers, Port Otago organised it at the Port Chalmers Town Hall for Port Chalmers community and the retailers and businesses down there. There were more of us down there to answer questions than turned up to the meeting. So we can only assume that they had no major issues for this past season. I hope they don't come up just as we go into the cruise season and let us know. But no, they were successful meetings. Thank you.
A follow-up question to that, just following on from Ms Fawcett's presentation to councillors earlier. Do you think there would be any chance of getting the buses to stop on the way back to Port Chalmers on their way back to the port?
Actually, we always suggest to people that they ask, and right at the moment our transport guys are looking into the validity of an excuse not to stop that was fed to us, just to make sure on that, because really there's no reason why, and we love them when they stop down at actually the first stop, which is practically opposite the Foursquare, and let people walk up. The only time they shouldn't be stopping is when it's just half an hour before boarding time, and the aim is to get everybody back on time. So most of our local operators do take people in there and give them the opportunity. So it's just something we need to be feeding into those shuttle operators more so, and just keep nagging at them to do that.
Okay, any more questions? Oh, Councillor Barker, sorry.
I promise it's a quick one. I'm not going to ask all of my questions. Just I noticed in the budget column that pretty much there's no budget. Is it just, does that, and some have got nil beside them and some don't have anything. So am I correct in assuming that this is all business as usual?
Yes, that's correct.
My next question was just about the customer service, and I see in 3.4 you've got work with retailer groups and transport providers to encourage sales training and cruise readiness. Is that really about the customer service point?
It does cover that to a point, and just making sure that they know of all the sort of fringe information. Yeah.
Okay, that's all the questions, so I'm going to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gary, thank you. I want to thank Mr Villiard for her work in the cruise sector. I think this year was a success across the board compared to some of the issues we've faced in the past. I carry on my phone, one of the first photos I have on this phone is from working as a Dunedin host member or board member, coordinating the cruise operators on the port, to think what it was like back in 2012, 2013 season, and to think where we've come to and the achievements that have been made. You also have to think it wasn't that long ago that we had the MASH 4077 cruise market set up in the Octagon and things like that. So every year we've got stronger and stronger. But the other part is, under the eyesight team, the cruise ship passenger experience has also greatly improved thanks to working with Port Otago, and that whole facility from the time the passenger gets off the boat to the time they get back on. You know, they now get off the boat, they've got a nice hub to go into, they get to see what's available, the city's on sale to them, and they have the ability to basically really experience Dunedin. We're not going to capture all the passengers. There's some that choose to get the special out of Sydney and pay a very cheap rate, and then buy a coffee if we're lucky in the town and move on. But the most experience is actually people really do get out and enjoy our city. The operators have come a long way and succeeding and have really bounced back after COVID. There's a lot of great opportunities with cruise in Dunedin. Also acknowledging actually there is that carbon impact of cruise, and that is something that we are all conscious of on that basis. But like anything to do with travel, it's part of the equation. But the key thing is when they get here, we can give them a great opportunity to stay and visit and really enjoy Dunedin. Further speakers. Councillor Gowrie, then Councillor Barker.
Thank you. As I was reading this report last night, I suddenly remembered that I would wake up in the Caribbean, which I see is the top destination for cruise ship travellers. I'd wake up on the boat that I was living on and to the hum of cruise ships, huge cruise ships, 5 a day. And I just remember the impact that had on that small community, and I wouldn't want us to be like that, and we're not. So I was reflecting that there's a lot of good stuff in this, and I compliment the team. It's as Councillor Wiley reflected, it's a slick operation. For sure. There's good and bad. I don't think the community really understands the good part, but focuses possibly on the bad. I do think one of the good things is, and we heard this morning around the market, is that authentic experience. I think people when they're travelling love that authentic experience, so that's a really good news story. And the bad, the poor customer service is something we need to improve on here. I think it's part of our culture actually, and I think it is something we really do need to work on. But on the other hand too, and I don't want to emphasise this, but I know that some of the businesses experience not the greatest of behaviour from some of the cruise ship passengers, and it's not widespread, but they don't see a lot of benefit and they do experience some poor behaviour, so that is a downside. But I think those two things are limited. I'm very heartened in reading these statistics that people are aware of the environment they're going into. They're aware one of the attractions is us as wildlife capital of New Zealand. They're aware of environmental impact and they want to know what they can do about it. And I can recall when I was a tour guide, and this is a few years ago now, prior to 2016, people were already aware then and wanted to know how they could contribute. And so I think there's still lots of opportunity there. I was really pleased to see the list of must-dos for the visitors, and the very bottom one was an inclusive society that celebrates diversity, because we need to hold on to that. And finally, just want to note one of the submissions we had in the annual plan was from Mr. Jim Shanks, who lives down the end of the peninsula, and he was concerned about the impression that unfinished bit of road down the end and the unfinished Te Awa Otako, the impression that gives overseas visitors, international visitors, and particularly the cruise ship passengers on the large buses from a safety perspective, and the impression it gives. So that's something to turn our mind to as well. Thank you to the team. It's a great report, gives us a lot of detail. I look forward to next cruise ship season.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to pass on my thanks to the team also for getting the plan together. I was there right at the beginning, and actually Louise sent me a picture of Charlotte when she was about 5 years old. Now she's 21 this year. I'm standing in front of the container that we used to have as the eyesight on the port, and it has moved a very, very, very long way. I guess I'd also like to thank Port Otago because they've been amazing at putting funding in. You know, when I asked the budget question, we haven't been putting money in, but Port Otago have been very generous supporters over a very long time to this. Cruise is really high profile and visible. It's a smallish percentage of our overall visitors, but it is very high profile and visible because we see them disgorged into the Octagon. And I know for many businesses it has been the icing on the cake and a huge part of the post-COVID recovery for those businesses. So it's imperative that we actually do manage this well. And in our cruise action plan, we did have to be the premier destination. And I think we got to number 2. And I was telling someone yesterday that number 1 was always Milford. How can you compete? But we did pretty well to get to that premier cruise destination. And I think what Ms van der Vliet said about that there's not really much to act on anymore because we actually have done a lot of work and made sure that we're a good cruise destination, and I think that came through with the I guess lack of issues coming up in the cruise debrief, and I think that's really important, and I think it's come a really long way. And it's also nice to see the cruise action plan tying in with the destination plan as well. I recognise a lot of that being woven through, so really happy to see this and really happy to hear it's going out very soon to the industry.
Any further speakers? No, I don't need a reply, so I'll put it. All in favour? Aye. Item 11, items for consideration by the Chair. Are there any to be added? No? Perfect. I declare the meeting closed at 2:57 p.m. Thank you all.